Oh, I gotta pull up a new chat. I have to pull up a new stream.
I've got an extra if you need to borrow it.
An extra stream.
Yeah.
Who
We are
doesn't?
back, ladies and gentlemen, back again. 2023 show, part 2. Just too much show for one episode. We had to do it twice. You know who loves it when you do it twice?
My mom!
Oh yeah, she
3
does.
times, 4 times, multiple
Yeah.
times.
Too many times. Sometimes I
but,
have to slap her hand. Stop.
Yeah, she likes that.
Yeah, that makes it worse. I'm like, dude.
Yeah. But we are back. I do think some people are sleeping still because I don't think we're going to get back up to the 105 that we had when we left the other stream. But that will be their loss. We will give people we'll give people a few minutes to filter in here because I don't want to go on and start giving away all the cool shit while people are having trouble getting into the stream. But no, we're back. These people are clearly happy about the Cialis Award. But I think, like I said, Roots, I think she likes it even a little bit more than him.
Yeah, she
She's
does.
super
She
happy.
looks really excited. You know what? I think the chat should be excited because this actually, depending on how many people end up coming back, works in their favor, right? They have whoever's here has better odds of winning for less
That's
people, right?
true.
So
That is true. And shit, we might have enough keys for everybody in the chat to win if it stays like this.
we got a lot of keys.
Anyway, I guess we can go ahead and get into the award. It'll be a few minutes before we roll around to a giveaway, and we can start talking about the Cialis Award.
Do it.
Which again is for the hardest VR game, the most challenging VR games, and we had some pretty difficult ones come out this year, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. I think a good challenge is something we should celebrate, much like these people in this picture here are celebrating. First of all, let's talk about a game that we haven't really, I don't think we've mentioned at all yet. Ghost Signal, a Stellaris game. This game came to us this year in-house, developed in-house by Fast Travel Games. Eric, this is a bit of a sleeper hit. Like most people weren't really expecting much out of this game, based on the footage don't really do it much justice. But when you get in the headset and start playing this, not only is it very challenging, it's very addictive. So it's one of those classic roguelike progressions that keep you wanting to come back and do one more, one more, one more. And this turned out to be a community favorite this year, I think.
It is, and another one. The first time we mentioned this game tonight, I'm just surprised it's the first time we mentioned it. But this is one of the best games that I played last year, and it's a lot of fun. It's addicting, but it is difficult. It's not an easy game. This is a game that you're going to die a lot. But as you die, you get better and better, and the farther you get in the game, and it is amazing, especially later on in the game. This is another one you got to give some time to, but it gets crazy later in the game. With some of the different creatures that you'll end up seeing in this. It is pretty damn awesome.
It's like it is weird, and that's like one of my favorite things about this game is it kind of has you going through space, and some of the like creatures that you encounter, some of the scenery that you encounter is really interesting, unique looking. It's like Golb, it's like you meet Golb in the middle of space out there. Roots, did you ever try Ghost Signal?
I thought I went into it and tried it. I'm not sure now. It sounds pretty cool. I know Bluebell says she's not very sure about this game. Seems like a lot of work. And they're right there. That sounds like a lot of work to me, Wes. So you say it's pretty cool, huh?
No, it's really cool actually. It the action parts of it are pretty basic. I'm not gonna lie about that. I mean, the way that you have to move around and attack, all that stuff is kind of slow and kind of basic. It does get hectic as you go on, but it isn't like your increased skill and ability that allows you to make it further into the game. Instead, it's your progression. Again, upgrading your ship, picking up new weapons and new abilities. That's what allows you to progress in the game, and that's why people people get hooked on it so easily. This is a pure roguelike progression system, and it's well implemented and well balanced, and that's what makes it so fun and addictive and challenging as it should be.
Cool. Yeah, it sounds cool. That's
Rubber
kind
Pig,
of what you're describing. Kind of sounds cool. Kind of why I picked up Chorus, right? Similar type of, I mean, space ship type of game. I don't know if anything different or as far as gameplay wise, but
Luke Martin says, I thought it was going to be super hard with all negative effect modifiers active to beat it on the hardest setting, but by that point, you have everything unlocked and you know how to power through it. What's up, Blam Crotch? Good to see you. And Rubber Fingers points out that there is a free demo of Ghost Signal. So if you haven't checked it out, you might want to check out the free demo, or you might just want to stay tuned.
Yeah, that's true.
Ooh, there you
go. But as we move on, Eric, did I mention that Dark Sword Battle Eternity is fucking hard? This game, this probably, with the exception of the winner of the category, this was the hardest game I played this year. This is fucking hard, dude.
This is hard. This is a hard game, dude. And like, you have bosses you have to get to. We talked about earlier. Wes didn't even make it to the multiplayer point, and it took me days to get there to the multiplayer point, just because you have to like beat part of the game just to open that up, man. It's hard, and you have to like die and like get stronger and then come back just to be able to beat the first boss, and it's freaking just hard. And like, and it's like any other roguelike. Like you can think you're doing really well, and you get going, and you're up like 7, 8, 9, 10 levels high, and you're getting towards the top, and you right before the top something happens, and you just make a stupid move, and boom, you're dead, and you got to start all the way over again. But it's good. It keeps you going back for more. So I mean, that's a hard game that doesn't get frustrating is the key, and that's what Dark Sword is.
Yeah, and the progression, I feel like goes really unsung with this game. The progression's really cool. Now, a game like Dungeons of Eternity has a lot better selection with like the amount of different weapons and things that you can get. But with Dark Sword, the way that you upgrade all of these different categories and all of your different weapons and armor and all that stuff, I kind of liked it better, the progression in Dark Sword. But Roots, like any true good roguelike progression, you got to work for it, man. And this game ain't no joke.
Was the gameplay at least fun though? I mean, as you're grinding through, so what stopped you? I guess just running out of time, needing to get to other stuff, or or you just didn't really want to hang out with Mash. Good excuse. That's I couldn't make it, Mash. Sorry, no, I'm just kidding.
I think didn't we like play together separately? Eric, didn't we get on like a voice chat and play for a couple hours one night?
Yeah, we were because we thought remember when we first did it, we were like, okay, we could probably just get in here and do the tutorial, go through a couple levels, and we'll just get in together. And so we were just in the chat, and all of a sudden we're like, this isn't gonna happen easy, and it was just hard, but it was fun. Like I still enjoyed it, but it's like anything else, and especially with this game, it launched right around the time when there was like a ton of stuff to get to, and you just couldn't spend there was a lot of times this year you just couldn't spend more time than you wanted to with a game. Like there's a lot of games out there that I want to go back to and just couldn't find the time to. And
shit, man, I'm jonesing to get back in Asgard's Wrath too.
Like, yeah, same. I haven't put near the amount of time in that as I wanted to. I still haven't finished Nexus yet.
Yeah, me either. Yeah,
can't do them all.
So many games, so little time. We got too much stuff to do, like the 2023 show. Oh, wait a minute. We're getting that shit done right now.
Well, then, you have somebody who like launches a freaking UEVR, mod injector. Now I have 500 more games I want to play and are starting to play now. So.
And then Pal World comes out, and it's like, fuck, man, you get sucked into that.
I know. I'm going to play it during the next break.
I can't. My computer's being used for the thing.
Go play these.
Yeah, that's right. Computer.
You know who loves playing with D?
My
She
mom.
does.
Different D, but yeah, that makes
Roots, did I mention that VR2, the Lost Station, is also very challenging? Um, there's some stuff as you progress through this game, um, areas of the map that are just hard to get to because of the way that they have it set up, where you have to kind of levitate through these tubular passages, and if you have to pick up speed as you're going through them by not bumping into the walls or anything, so you have to steer perfectly to build your speed up, and then when you get to the end of it, like literally, you have to like jump across a room and hit the tube on the other side. And it is so friggin' hard. Um, I never got good at that. Like every time I did that shit, it took me like 50 tries. But that's just one example of the many difficult challenges in Upergrad 2 that's just based solely on the movement alone. And that's not to mention, the combat and stuff that they've added into the game
yeah,
as well.
yeah, and the movement's so good because there's so many things that can influence it, right? As far as it's like not just straightforward. Like there's some maneuvers, some tricks you can pick up to really get moving around those obstacles pretty good. I have more problems just getting through the fucking blades and stuff. It's crazy. Like it
Yeah,
is a
yeah,
very,
yeah.
very hard game, but it's very rewarding when you get through.
Yeah, they'll have a section like that with a bunch of different fans and spikes and all this stuff that's trying to kill you, and you'll get through 75% of it, and then the last one will get you. And like any great platformer, you start to get frustrated, so you start trying to do it faster, and it just makes you fuck up more. And so you have to keep starting over and keep doing it over and over again. Um, yeah, classic. That's why it was the best platformer this year, is because of these types of things.
Yep.
Um, Firmament. Um, I put this in here because it is what it is. It's a classic cyan puzzle game, and you got to think about it, man. Even though I will say that the puzzles in this one are a little different than your normal cyan game. Um, a little less esoteric and a little more physical. Um, which is why I thought that maybe you would really like this, Roots. These are the type of puzzles you like working out, are these like physical puzzles that kind of have pretty straightforward logic to it. It's just you have to figure out, you have to think about what you got to do.
I wasn't when it first came out. There was a little bit of there a little bit of performance issues with it, or because I
Yeah.
know that there was like something that put me off about it because I do like those kind of puzzles, and I do like the fact that even this is Scion said he thought it was a little too easy. He loved the game, but some of the puzzles were a little too easy, which makes me feel good about it as well. Because I don't want to hear Scion saying something stumped him. Because I ain't going in that game.
Nope.
So,
Well,
but yeah,
compared to like their older games, their older games that would put you in these huge maps, and you would have to find like a clue written on a piece of paper on the other side of the map to bring it back over to this side and understand what it means. Like I didn't play through Firmament, but I didn't encounter any of that type of stuff. There's stuff to read, but the puzzles themselves
mm.
were all like physical manipulation style puzzles. Oh,
I, I want to know what was the name of that other game we played uh, that the one that was put into VR. I want to go back into that one now that I've got a better.
Abduction,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
Oh yeah.
because Abduction was like the story was really intriguing to me, and I still want to know why that guy was in that fucking sealed room or whatever. Like it's that whole town, like what was going on in there? Like I really dug that game.
Maybe we start doing this for the Friday show. Because I've already kind of come to terms with the new reality for me, which is I can't play all the games that come out. I just can't. So we should just play what we want, and that very well could mean we play a classic game, we play a new release, we play a mod every week. Like I think that's doable.
I think so too. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that'd be cool.
Now to kind of put us behind the eight ball a little bit with game of the month if we're not playing all the games. But I mean, we can always lean on the community a bit more to tell us what the games are, um, that they think deserve it. And if a game should be game of the month, we should be playing it anyway.
Right.
But maybe we skip the tosses and all these games, the no more rainbows, and start putting some more time into abduction and stuff like that we really want to play.
Yeah, I agree. Because that was really good. Dude, Eric, you went into that one, right?
I did. Yeah, it was cool.
Yeah, it was great. Man, I like you want to know. I want to know why that guy's captured and why we can't let him out.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah,
anyways,
let's do it.
you know what was really hard, Eric? System Critical 2. Um, I was almost dumbfounded at how difficult this game was right off the top. Like they don't ease you into it. Like you start playing this game and it starts whooping your ass immediately.
Yeah, I mean, even to the point where you have to like you have to unlock certain weapons in an order to like beat the to get to the next level and beat the boss. I mean, like it's hard. Like I mean, the difficulty of just the game itself is hard, but like the way you have to do certain things is hard. I mean, it's not easy, this game, but again, it's not like it's not like you're like put it down. You're like, oh, I'm not doing that again. It's just one that you have to kind of work through. It is like a very much like a classic style game, so it is supposed to be hard, and it is. It does a good job.
Yeah, I wonder how much of it is it being hard and how much of it is that Mega Man progression that
Mm-hmm.
I never played it enough to figure it out. Like there might have been an easy level. I just didn't find it. I tried 4 or 5 levels and was like, okay, I've played enough, you know. Anyway, what could possibly be the hardest game if it's not Dark Sword Battle Eternity or Ghost Signal or Jupiter God or even Firmament or System Critical 2? What was more difficult, you ask? Well, how about VR Skater?
Hmm.
Roots, I really dug this game a lot, but it was too hard for me to keep up with it. Like this is a game that requires constant practice to keep yourself sharp, and it was just too much, man.
Yeah, there was no room for error. I mean, I guess there isn't in real skating either, but like, I found myself smashing most of the time into the, falling down or whatever. But yeah, it definitely takes a lot to learn these skills. But I guess if you get really good at it, probably is rewarding. Who's gonna take that time, um, to do that, right?
Yeah, which is unfortunate, Eric, because I really did enjoy my time in there. It wasn't that I didn't like it. I just there was so much of the game I didn't get to see, um, because it requires a lot of time and a lot of practice, just like real skating.
Yep, I mean it does what it's supposed to do. Like it makes you kind of master the moves to move on, and if you don't have them, I mean, how can you move on, right? Like you have to do the things there is. Just like Tony Hawk. I mean, you have to learn everything, and it's not easy because you're doing it in VR. It's actually harder than just a button press, right? So, um, I think it's what it should be. It's just hard because you can't, like you said, you can't you can't move forward, and you just want to see as much as you can, but you have to like kind of master things before you get there.
Yeah, absolutely. But a lot of people really dig this game on PSVR2. I do appreciate the controller mapping on it, and they really did a good job of simulating the skateboard experience in VR. And the way you do the tricks with your hands is kind of like the way you would use your feet skating in real life. So it was really cool, and something I think that everyone should try out at one time or another. And something that I think a couple of people in the chat right now should try out because we have 2 copies
Ooh,
of VR Skater to give away on
nice.
PlayStation VR2. Region of your choice could be NA, could be EU, whichever choice that you want. Um, obviously, I guess I should repeat the way that you win since we are technically in a new episode. I'm going to ask a question. The first two people on my screen that answer the question in the chat will win a copy of VR Skater for PSVR2, and we'll have another one, a third one, to give away in 2 weeks as a part of our second chance drawing. So if you're watching this after the fact, all you got to do is subscribe and leave a comment down below that says VR Skater, and you will be entered into the second chance drawing. So, VR Skater. Whenever we've talked about having a VR skateboarding game, we've often fantasized about having another game, traditional skateboarding game, but in VR. Name a traditional skateboarding game, a flat skateboarding game, in the chat, and you will win a copy of VR Skating.
Wes may or may have not just mentioned it. Speaking of in VR in the UEVR mod, which we need to get you guys access to my thing. What an amazing game that game. I was just about to say it. I don't want to give anybody the answer. It is in VR. And really that kind of shows me 'cause I love that game so much, and just watching this trailer, like they really do in this VR Skater are doing the same type of stuff and just a different schematic, right? Or I guess gameplay, whatever, with the controllers. It's cool.
Matty Fat Batcat wins, as does Cop Dog, because technically you already won. Come on, bro.
Come on.
I guess he's
Come on,
he's thinking
man.
because it's part 2, he gets to win again. It don't work like that.
Right? Oh, new stream, new winners.
Right,
Good try though.
Skater Die, good one.
Yeah,
Technically.
that would be cool. in
So
VR.
yeah, Matty Fat Batcat, Cop Dog, congratulations! You are now the proud new owner of VR Skater on PSVR 2. Hit me up in Discord, and we will get you your key tomorrow, or the next day, whenever I get around to it. Anyways, we move along to the most addictive VR game. We had a lot of really good, really addictive VR games that launched this year. More than a normal, I would say, with all these roguelites coming out, and the arcade style stuff that came out this year. I think that that we had more of these addictive type of games than we had even like normal, what we would consider a normal type of VR game. So a good category for 2023. Skiva says almost 12 hours. Has it been that long? Like, I'm thinking we were about to hit 10.
Yeah, I think at midnight or my time it'll be about 10 hours, I think.
Pretty much
There you
there. It's 2 a.m.
Yep.
my time almost.
So yeah, let's talk about some of the more addictive VR games. First of all, Light Brigade. This, I mean, if there ever was one of those games that just you don't want to put down, it's the Light Brigade, right? Because like any great roguelike, you can make it pretty far, even with like the base weapons in the game. But when you get to the end, when it starts to get really difficult, and you get killed, you get to come back to the home base. You get to upgrade your weapons, and you want to get right back in there to see if you can make it just a little bit further. Roots, this one, just talking about it right now makes me want to go play it. Like, it's so addictive.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's like you said, it's you get so far, you spend so much time that when you do die, it's a frustration, but it's like, oh, let me go spend my points or get upgrade some stuff. And then, once you've upgraded, you're like, well, fuck, I'll jump in real quick and just see if, and like you said, and the next thing you know, it's been like 4 or 5 hours. You're like, what the hell happened? I got to go to work. It's like 7 a.m.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Right. Speaking of addictive games, Eric, what about Synapse? I mean, a lot has been said about this game, but there's no denying just how good it feels to run through this game. After you level up even just a little bit, you're kind of OP, especially in the early levels. And just running through these guys feels so good. And it's really, again, one of the best games on PlayStation VR.
Yeah, you want to talk about addictive? Get going in this game, and you kind of start learning the controls a little bit. You get some cool weapons. You upgrade yourself a little bit, and then you get that one level where you get in there and you're like, boom, everything clicks together. You're grabbing barrels. You're grabbing guys. You're throwing them together and blowing the barrels up as you have 3 or 4 different guys in a group together. And like the whole entire scene just blows everything up, and then you're jumping off a ledge and you're shooting this guy, and you grab this guy in the air, you crush him with a crate over here, or you throw him off a ledge. I mean, it's just got that one little click where it takes a little bit to kind of get going, but once you get it, it like clicks, and then you're addicted. You're like, because then you are still gonna die at some point, but then you're like, okay, I'm just gonna do this now, and this is how I'm gonna go through it, and then you're gonna try that again, and then you're gonna like feel like a complete badass, and you're just gonna want to keep going and going and going. That's why the game, again, we don't like the loop where they try and make the game longer by making you play it 3 times to get through the final ending, but I don't mind doing it because it's that good. Like, you know what I mean? So even though it's kind of a cheap way to make the game longer, I'm kind of okay with it just because I still want, I like having to keep going and having to keep doing it because the gameplay is so addictive.
Yeah, it really is incredible. And again, like any good nominee for this category should, just talking about it makes me want to go play it like right
Yeah.
now. So we should probably move on to the next nominee, Ghost Signal, a Stellaris game. We just talked about this in the last category, just how addictive this game is, and the chat very much backed us up on that. So definitely one of the more addictive games of the year, and thus the kind of cult following that it developed. Roots, what we didn't talk about in the previous segment was Dead Hook. We talked about it a little bit earlier. This is like Spider-Man with guns. No, it's not like Spider-Man with guns. This is like Doom with grappling hooks. And the thing that I really love about it is the movement and the fact that you can grapple off of anything, the floor, the ceiling, the walls, the enemies. You can literally pull yourself in high speed in any direction and just go ham on these motherfuckers. Dead Hook, high octane, kind of has that same kind of addictiveness that Doom had back in the day.
Just a little bit more movement, right? Actually, a lot more movement.
A lot more movement.
Super cool. And this was the outlier, right? Originally, and this is what they ended up making this into that, which is cool. You know, I know you were really a big fan of Outlier, and kind of bummed that it went bye white, right, Eric? But then they, came out with this. I guess they had probably were working on this that whole time. I don't know how it all works, but
Yeah, I mean, they used, I think eventually they got to the point where they knew that Outlier probably wasn't going to make any money. And I mean, it's a problem, right? Like Steam, they're like, it's only going to be Steam. We don't think we can make Outlier work exactly the way it is on Quest. So they basically just decided to kill Outlier and just take some of the mechanics over and kind of start to build the game off of that. But Wes, it's not Outlier. It is definitely different. Like the whole movement mechanic is different. It went from just like kind of like throwing yourself in the air to like being a grapple thing, and then the whole progression system became completely different with Dead Hook. So they really built upon it. So saying it's Outlier is really, I guess it's not fair to Joyway. I think it's quite a bit past what Outlier was. Really, it was just based off the bones of what Outlier was.
right, and that's kind of cool. It's kind of like the inside scoop of how a lot of these games are made, right? Like they make one thing, it doesn't work out exactly how you want, and you just pivot and you build upon it, and you make a different game on that same mechanic. So cool.
Yeah, great game. And looking forward to the PSVR2 version that's about to launch.
It's supposed to be 120 hertz native. Shades of Grey says that's what the developers are saying.
Oh, well, we'll see about that. We've heard this before from other studios, and it turned out not to be true. But if so, good on them, man. I guess they certainly could if they just did a straight port of the Quest version and didn't change anything about it, it probably would run at a rather fast frame rate on PS5.
Yeah. Cool.
But we shall see. When I start talking to the community about addictive VR games, everyone says the same thing. They say Dungeons of Eternity. This is the one that half of the community's been hooked on. Half of my family's been hooked on. And playing it, Eric, it's pretty easy to see why, right? There's a lot of game here.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely addictive. I mean, the whole, trying to progress yourself and move forward, get new gear. I mean, to me, that's a lot of what this one is get what am I getting? When am I, going another run and seeing if we can get that legendary piece of gear that's going to propel me to the next level. And when you can bring in like a dungeon crawler and a looter together, then have progression, it's freaking pretty special, man. And all the different game modes too, like going in and having to do the soul, map where you're just trying to get souls so you can kind of level up parts of your body and your and your chest and your legs and your arms so you can jump farther or be stronger. It's just there's a lot to it that makes it addictive. It's not just one certain piece. There's several pieces that make it addictive gameplay, which is great. It never, for me, it never got boring. And then you bring in multiplayer and it makes it even better.
Yeah. Just an excellent game and a good time with friends, and super addictive. But at the end of the day, it didn't quite hook me the way that our winner hooked me. And our winner for most addictive VR game of 2023, Gazzlers. We talked about it quite a bit earlier. It's a rail shooter. It's a rail shooter in 2023, but it also happens to be very well balanced and super fun to play. Eric, this is another one that we could have nominated for the most challenging award because that was kind of the first thing that really stuck out to me about it is it's not exactly easy to play.
This game's hard, man. This game's damn hard. It's so tough, man. When you get to that, once you get to that third level, that third biome, it's so difficult. And if you are not leveled up enough, you're never gonna even get close to it. I don't know how many runs I've been through, where I've gotten three-quarters, halfway, three-quarters of the way there, and you're like, I just know, I have a feeling, once I get to that one spot, I'm never gonna make it past that. I'm just not strong enough yet. So you're gonna, you're gonna have to go start all over again. But it is super addicting, and I know a lot of people are sleeping on this. They're like, "Yes, this doesn't look that good." Trust me, try it. This is one of those try it games. Try it. I guarantee you're gonna get hooked. It's like Mother Gunship Forge. I tell people all the time. They're looking at them like, "Nah, I don't see it." And then they go in and try it. Skiva hadn't played Mother Gunship Forge before, and Betty got him a key, and he played it a couple of weeks ago. He's like, "Dude, this is amazing." I know. It's like one of those games. This is exactly one of those games that you have to try it. You'll get hooked, and you'll be in it constantly. Trust me.
Roots, what is a Gazzler anyway?
I don't know, man, but I like their attitude. They got some attitude in between rounds and stuff, or they'll just different things they'll say. I don't know what a Gazzler is, but I think it's cool.
You know who else is a Gazzler?
My mom!
Oh, wow.
She's a guzzler too.
She's of what? Oh, gosh. This is a family show, bro.
Anyway, David Runs is back, everyone. Welcome
Hey,
back,
what's
David
up, David?
Runs.
Yeah.
You're
appreciate ya.
back just in time
Ooh.
to attempt to win Gazzlers. Get this. Platform of your choice. So this game's on multiple platforms. It's on every platform,
Ooh.
and you can win it on whatever platform you want, thanks to our friends at Bolt
Even Pico?
Blaster Games.
Ooh, Pico. No.
If it's on Pico, then sure.
It said Pico, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know
Hey,
that.
I will
wouldn't
say this
recommend it.
though. I will say this: if whoever wins, if you do have a PlayStation VR2, I recommend it on there more. It's great on every system. Trust me, it's great on everyone. But the visuals will knock you out on PlayStation.
Yeah, colorful, right?
Agreed.
Definitely.
And the haptics too. The haptics
Yep.
and triggers.
Yep.
Definitely make it worth it. So yeah, we've got 3 copies of Gazzlers to give away in the chat right now. We're going to give away 3 more in the second chance drawing. So if you don't win right now, or if you're watching this after the fact, all you got to do is subscribe, leave a comment down below that says Gazzlers, and you will be entered to win when we draw winners in 2 weeks. With that said, for the people that are here now, for the 70 some people that are in the chat right now, the first 3 people to answer this question in the chat will win a copy of Gazzlers on the platform of your choice. And the question is this: name any VR rail shooter, including this one, and you will win a copy of Gazzlers.
Yeah, this is the late night
man.
question. Like, we're not going to make you think too much.
I like it.
Zell 2318 says, I'm dying to try it out after Mash's glowing review. Yeah, you definitely.
Well, Joel,
really good.
Joel wins. Dratz Ebb wins. Got one more. Who's got it? Joel. Joel, you already won, man. You don't get to win twice.
What about
Robert
Blamcrotch? He
Smith.
says Gagglers.
Who doesn't want to
I've never played that one.
You know who has played
You know who-
Gagglers? Yes, she has. Boom. Oh, Mash. Great
So
minds.
I see.
Yep.
Looks like Robert Smith. Did Robert Smith win already? I can't remember.
I can't remember who won anymore. I mean, I can tell you, like,
That doesn't
when
sound
somebody
familiar to me.
definitively hasn't won. Somebody said Drop Dead.
Drop
I don't
Dead?
think
No,
so.
not
Oh
really.
yeah, Robert Smith. Robert Smith won Broken Spectre, so
Oh, wow.
can't win
Okay.
again. So who's next? Jason Blair. Jason Blair, congratulations, Jason Blair. You have won a copy of Gazzlers on the platform of your choice. So again, if you didn't win, don't worry about it. We're going to give away 3 more of these in the second chance drawing. So make sure you're subscribed. Make sure you leave a comment down below that says Gazzlers, and you will be entered to win.
What's the cost on this game? Isn't it pretty fairly cheap too, right? It's not too bad of a
20, 25, something like that.
It's definitely worth it. So my advice is wait and see if you win the game. And if you don't, I would pick it up. Because it's definitely that good.
This track said people were answering before you asked. It popped up like literally right after I asked in real life. They may have been anticipating it, but
Yeah, we can't stop somebody if they're gonna.
Yes.
You know. We could say, well, we're not starting until boom, but we're not going to.
Never fear. We've got lots more giveaways to go before we call it a night. But for right now, we're going to give away another award or name another award winner. This is the Premature Exacerbator Award. The Premature Exacerbator Award. This is for the game that was just great while it lasted. These are the games that were just awesome until they were over too soon, unfortunately. The Premature Exacerbator Award. Of course, a lot of games fall into this category. Probably none more notorious than Synapse. You know, people love Synapse. We've talked about it a dozen times during this very episode. But Roots, most people agree that it was over too soon. This game should have had more.
Yeah, don't make me play it 3 times to get the content. It's definitely a shorter game, but it's an amazing game. Hopefully the next one will be longer.
Yeah, all of these games are amazing. For example, Eric, Hubris. People criticize Hubris for being a little too short. It's like 5 hours to play through Hubris. I think it's just a testament to how good it is, right? Like people just wanted more of it.
Yeah, this is like Hubris is one of the games that you can power through and you'll do in one sitting or something like that. You know what I mean? It's because it's that good. There's certain games that are great like that you're like, it'll draw you through. I mean, some of these games are short and you're just like, I just want to play it and get it over with, and that's why you end up playing through the whole thing. But Hubris is not like that. Hubris is you could play it in one sitting because you'll just spend 5, 6, 7, 8 hours in it because it's cool.
Like Farpoint. Just finished the
Exactly.
whole game in
Yeah.
almost one sitting, right?
Yep.
Right. Simon says VR says, good morning, guys. 8 a.m. in Norway right now. Glad I caught you
Nice.
guys live. Well, welcome. Welcome.
Oh, yeah.
Welcome.
Yeah, it's midnight here. So
Unruly Cat says, speaking of rail shooters, you guys remember Archangel on PSVR1?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was actually an answer to one of our trivia questions was Archangel. Go figure. And then Tom Flesh Eater Gaming says, here comes the Cialis Award. We just did the Cialis Award, bro.
oh, he must be. He's
He
probably
must be a little
behind.
behind.
He's probably
Yeah.
it's Cialis, dude.
Mm-hmm. Look at that. smile on her face.
Anyways, great while it lasted. I think it's safe to say, Roots, that the Dark Pictures Switchback VR was great while it lasted. A lot of people reporting playing through this in like 3 to 4 hours. Took me longer than that, of course, but I play on hard, bro. I don't go for the easy difficulties. But certainly would have liked for there to be a little more game here.
Do you think they went on every path, got the multiple endings, or they just because some people they just want to go from point A to point B. Say I'm going to make the credits roll, and that's going to be, and now it's over. And this type of game is not designed to be that way. And at least it's designed to have more long-term play. Go back and play it for fun, I guess, or whatever.
Assassin 32 VR in the chat says, I played Hubris as an Impact Labs playtester. Sign up, peeps, and I will second that. Sign up. We got all kinds of good shit. We got some good stuff hitting labs right now, actually, don't we, Eric?
Yeah, I mean, if you guys are serious about being a playtester, like we talked about a platformer earlier, Max Mustard. Max Mustard is an amazing platformer that, people in labs have been playing now for over a week or two. So, that's what happened. These are games that you're going to get early access to that you'll play before they even get a chance to come out. And you can be having a really good time playing it. And all you got to do is give a little bit of feedback and give a store review. And you can make whatever review you want, but we do ask you that you do a store review. So if you're out there and you are serious about virtual reality and helping some developers kind of mold their game and make it better, you guys were talking about a lot of this in the GT segment. If you want to have a voice and you want to be heard, Impact Labs is an excellent way for you to get access to games early, get some games for free so you don't have to pay for them, and then have your voice be heard. If you want to be part of this VR industry and this VR landscape and help shape it, it's the way to do it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just tag me up on the Discord. We'll get you the application, and you can get in there and play some games, man. Like I think we're doing Veil right now too, right?
Yeah, and we have a whole bunch of new ones coming too. We have we have some stuff that's coming that probably won't be out until sometime mid this coming year or to late this year. Some crazy stuff that you're gonna get a chance to play way early, and that's pretty cool stuff, man.
Anyways, I digress. Roots, I really wish there was more Light Brigade. I love the Light Brigade, but at the end of the day, it's 3 worlds, right? 9 levels to play through this thing. I really wish it was like twice that long.
Right. It should be like, I think 7 worlds would be amazing, right? I think double what you said, double at least. Just more content. And it seems like they're adding stuff. Hopefully they'll add some more worlds, right? I don't know if that's in their plans or not, but it's definitely would love to have more.
Yeah, man, I hope so. Like I love that game so much, but I'm not into like running through and doing all the different like character classes. I need more levels, bro. I need to take my rifle and rifle my way through about 9 more stages is what I need.
Right.
So hopefully we'll get that at some point. But Eric, when I think about a game that was great while it lasted, and you might not necessarily agree, but my big problem
Boycott.
with our winner, Propagation Paradise Hotel, is that it just wasn't enough. It wasn't enough game. 3 hours, 3.5 hours story campaign. And I don't even think you got resolution with the story in the end of this thing, right? Like They it's like it was like it's a chapter 1
Cliffhanger.
of a longer game, right?
Yeah, I mean, you just got into the story of like, and they kind of teased you like you think you're going to where the outcome of the game is going to be, and all of a sudden they're like, nope, game's over, sorry. And I'm like, what do you mean game's over? I'm like 2 hours in here. And
Yeah.
then you left me on a cliffhanger. Like I thought you think you're moving towards something, and then they pull the rug out from under you right when you get to the end part. I mean, not that I cared getting that close to the end part anyway as it was, but I definitely boycott this one. This one must have been chosen. I had to leave.
You left for it. There was a lot of
'Cause I think
categories still on the table, Mash.
Like
When you left,
there's so many good games on this list. I mean, they should have won this award over Propagation. Synapse, Hubris, Dark Pictures, Switchback, and the Light Brigade are all like hands down way better than Propagation Paradise Hotel. But somebody
we want more. We want
Was
more.
this Looper? Did Looper fight for this one too?
No,
Well, listen, man. Again, as we explained at the top, we like to spread it around. So if some of these other games have won other awards, then we tried to focus on games that maybe hadn't won anything yet. So. But with that said, I will repeat that a good majority of the PlayStation VR2 community was voting for this game to be nominated for Game of the Year. Like,
That's crazy.
it's very popular.
How are they
It's
voting
good,
over,
man.
like,
It's a
how
good
would
game.
the PlayStation VR community vote this over, like, Resident Evil Village, like, or
No, of course
GT7?
not.
Like, I mean, that's what I mean. How are they even thinking that?
Yeah.
Crazy.
Well, it's really good. I think if it was about 3 times as long, maybe we would have it in that conversation. But the fact is, it's not. And the fact is that all of these games have the same thing in common, and that is that the only reason people are so upset about them being so short is because they enjoyed them so much when they were playing them.
Nice.
With that said, maybe you didn't have a chance to play Propagation Paradise
Ooh.
Hotel yet. Well, here's your chance because we're going to give away some keys to it. Again, much like the last giveaway we did, platform of your choice. You can pick it up on Quest. You can pick it up on Steam. I highly recommend you pick it up on PlayStation VR2 if you have the opportunity. So, I guess we can't. We're going to have to make the questions a little bit more difficult now because people are guessing them. But we're going to give away 3 copies to the chat. We're going to give away 3 more during the second chance giveaway next week. So again, first 3 people on my screen to answer this question will win a copy of Propagation Paradise Hotel on the platform of your choice. Propagation Paradise Hotel is a VR horror shooter. Name another VR horror shooter, and you will win a copy of Propagation Paradise Hotel, platform of your choice.
Horror shooter.
Horror shooter. VR horror shooter.
I was thinking of like horror, some shooters, but
No, the
yeah,
horror
that's
shooter.
fine. Yeah, horror shooter. You
on
know
the
who
Vegas
else is a
Strip and
horror
stuff.
shooter?
My mom!
Oh, yeah, she is.
Old Darth. We have a winner with Old Darth saying RE4. Let's see. Highlight notes.
I think they killed the cop too soon. I think it would have been cool if he was around for like half the game.
Oh, I hated that dude. When they ripped his legs off, I'm like, this is amazing. This is the best part of the game.
He was such a douchebag, man. They did a good job of like really making you not like him in the first like 5 minutes.
I've got the gun. You go first.
Jose.
I'm going down this dark hallway.
Yeah. What an asshole, huh?
Seriously.
Yeah, what a jerk.
So yeah, Old Darth, Highlight Notes, and Jose are our winners for Propagation Paradise Hotel.
Nice.
Hit me up on Discord. Let me know what platform you want. This, of course, is one of those that I'm going to have to send the platforms to the developer, and they're going to send the keys. So it'll be a little while before we get these, but be sure to tag me up and let me know what platform you want. And if you didn't win, again, subscribe, leave a comment down below that says Propagation Paradise Hotel, and you will be entered to win the second chance drawing. We're going to give away 3 more in 2 weeks.
Let me ask you this: have you heard? Are they planning on like making? Did they do well enough? Are they making a sequel to this? I mean, they did kind of leave it to where it seemed like, um, the story was not finished.
I haven't heard, but I'd be surprised if they didn't. Like, it's done pretty well on PlayStation, at least. Um, and I know they're quite proud of it. So
Yeah, I liked it.
I'd be
I mean, it wasn't perfect, but for an indie game that was like did take inspiration from Resident Evil, I thought it was cool.
yeah, I enjoyed it quite a bit. Again, like I didn't hate it like Mashed it on Steam, but I really enjoyed it a lot on PlayStation VR2.
It's definitely the way to
Um,
play it. For if you're gonna play it anywhere, I think I would play it on the PlayStation if you can.
yeah, absolutely, absolutely. All right, so we move on to the studio awards. So we're not so much recognizing games directly here, but rather the studios that make them. And we're going to start off by looking at the rookie VR studio of the year. So these are kind of the new players in the space, developers that haven't delivered a VR game before, showing up and showing out by releasing some of the best games of the year. And we'll move kind of quickly through them because most of these games we've already talked about. But Othergate, Othergate brought us Dungeons of Eternity. Eric, not a bad first effort from Othergate.
Dude, kick ass, man! What a great! I had never even heard of this studio at all. So for them to come out like with this game, absolutely amazing.
Yeah, great work, Othergate, and continued great work on this game. Roots Void Room brought us Tea for God, and I'm pretty sure that this is either a dude or just like a couple of people. Brought us something so unique and technically doing things that other games don't do.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think doing something that all games in the future will do, VR games will use your play space and redirect you in a way that you won't even know you're walking around in circles, right? It'd be cool.
Absolutely. Let's see what I'm at. Okay. Um, then I'd like to recognize a studio called Com2US Roca. This is the studio that brought us Dark Sword Battle Eternity, and I think this is a fairly prominent studio in flat gaming. Well, maybe I mean they're not like a super prominent studio, but they come from the realm of flat gaming, and they decided to make a VR game, and they made a pretty good one here to start out with Dark Sword Battle Eternity. Bolt Blaster Games. Roots, these are the people that brought us Gazzlers. And we just spent a good deal of time going on and on about how good Gazzlers is. It's very smooth and polished for a first time VR dev, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Makes you want, well, it's like you said, not everybody's got the same level of expertise, and some people are just really good at it, even if it's their first time. So super cool.
Shades of Grey Matter says, I've never heard of Dark Sword.
Mm.
It's a Quest exclusive at the moment and was getting some pretty good traction until Dungeons of Eternity came along and overshadowed it.
Super easy game. I mean, really hard game.
Yeah, real easy. But if we're going to give an award for the rookie VR studio of the year, it's kind of a no-brainer. Like, what other rookie VR studio has ever done what Combat Waffle has done here? Eric, over $10 million in revenue through early access. I mean, come on.
Rookie VR studio that made this game in under a year, 11 months, you know, production time for this game, on Steam, and then they launched on Quest into App Lab. Crazy how it's amazing. Sometimes things just mesh. You try and put the right team together and the right people, they just mesh together and they make magic, man. And that's what they did here. They had a great idea. They put it together. They knew it was going to be, a hard build, and they were going to have a lot of changing and things. So they decided to do early access, which can be okay if you do it correctly. And they made early access, and they kept continuing to work on it and make it better. They had the community involved, helping them make it better and give them, some direction of where they wanted to go. And man, it's just a killer game. I just went in recently again because, whoever doesn't know, they're going to be releasing onto the Quest store on February 8th. And I went in again because I want to refresh myself with everything. I haven't played probably in about a month. I've got almost 380 hours into the game total already.
Wow.
But I hadn't been in like over a month. And it's absolutely 100% different than it was even just a month ago. They have active bleeding now where you'll have a blood trail or you'll die if you don't put your bandage on. So it's not just, having to use a stim anymore. You actually have to collect bandages. You have to have those bandages to stop bleeding or you'll never make it out of the map alive. Just the clothing textures, looking at your arms now, you look at the clothing, they have different textures in the sleeves of your shirt that you're wearing and the gloves that you're wearing on your hands. The weapons, the guns have different modeling that looks better. They shoot better. They have more stuff in them. More weapons. They've added a whole bunch of stuff. There's some more there's DLC now with different types of weapon skins that they've added to the game. They have a whole nother map. There's an outdoor city map now called Matka Miest, which is a huge, looks like a Russian city or Prague. It's basically based after, and it's huge and it's awesome. It's nighttime map with like moonlight, and there's like hundreds of NPCs and 10 other players in the map trying to kill you. I don't know, I just can't say enough good things about this game, and I continue to get stuck in it every time I get in there, man, because I just don't want to get out.
Yeah, it's weird having an award show this long and only just now mentioning Ghost of Tabor for the first time. But it is what it is, man. It's an early access title. We always wait until games hit full release before we allow them to be nominated for awards. And Roots, I would be shocked if Ghost of Tabor just didn't dominate the nominations next year.
Yeah, absolutely. They won the one award they can win, which is Rookie of the Year, because you don't need to have the game. It can be in early access, right?
Yep.
And
That's right.
and Mash is right. This type of game is like so technical. It's taking heavy inspiration from Tarkov, and they're delivering everything, and it's super cool. Now, my question for you, Mash, and I haven't been in since like I don't know, I've only went in that one time. Do you think it's changed any different from when I went back? You remember how long it's been? Do you think anything's different since then? Because I feel like it's probably really for me it'll be a whole new
Different
game.
Yeah, it's a different game. Just even your own like hideout is completely different now. Like the tutorial is completely overhauled. Actually, when you were in, there was no tutorial. It was basically you went in and you had to have somebody kind of teach you how to learn things. And then they did put a basic tutorial in, and then now they have like it looks almost like a Call of Duty tutorial. You know how you have like you go to Call of Duty and they give you that shoot house where you're like in a big warehouse and you have like all the wooden, plywood, dummies that pop up as you go through the obstacle course of shooting. You know what I mean? In the range, they have that. That's what it looks like now. You're in this huge warehouse. You go through and they bring you through every step of the way. That's completely different. The backpack system is upgraded and better. Again, I told you about the bleeding system now, which is great. All kinds of different weapons. The hideout Roots has a generator and the lights are off. You have to collect gas to put in your generator to keep your lights on.
See,
like
that's what I'm
Tarkov.
saying. They're taking so much inspiration from Tarkov in a good way, because that game is so amazing, and it seems to me like they're really dedicated to bringing that game in full, in their own version, obviously, into VR. And it's like I've been saying about a lot of other developers, like you want one that has such a passion for the game that like they want to bring what they would want to play into VR. And it seems like that's exactly what they're delivering, everything you're describing. So you need to get in
it's
there.
really good. It's so close now. Like really, we should get in. Like I know there's a million things we're trying to do right now, but we really should get in and I'd show you because I think because as a fan of Tarkov that you'd be amazed at how much different, how much closer it is now to actual Tarkov. Then you have weight now. Remember in Tarkov where if you overload your backpack and you bring too much heavy stuff, you can't run anymore.
I remember Jim Hall putting a backpack on purpose to build his strength. He'd be crawling. Dude, like people take that shit seriously, dude. That's what's so cool about it.
Yep, you have maps now that you are in long enough that you will starve to death if you're not in there and you don't have food. You'll die of thirst. If you don't have food, you can only run certain distances now, and you'll lose your stamina, and you'll start breathing heavy, and you won't be able to aim very well. It's very much coming so much closer to I shudder to know what this game is going to be like in even 6 months to a year from now. Like, I really feel like they're catching up to Tarkov. Tarkov is kind of like stagnated. They've gone the streets now, and they've done a couple of different things, but the game itself has been pretty much the same now for over a year, maybe 2 years, the base game. And Ghost of Tabor is catching up. Like, every time they do something, I do a wipe, they catch up with new stuff. They fix things, they add things, they're catching up. So eventually, I think it's going to be pretty much Tarkov. I mean, it may not be able to do absolutely everything Tarkov does, but it's going to be damn close, man, when it's done.
But they're doing it the right way. You know what I mean? Like, so many games will come out and they try to do it all at once, and you can't. Something this technical, they're slowly building it, and that's exactly what Tarkov's had to do. I mean, you can't just build a game like this overnight, and involving the community. It's just very smart, and yeah, super cool.
Absolutely. So congratulations on Combat Waffle for a banner
Oh yeah.
year. I'm sure that you're about to have another one, and I'm sure we'll hear much more about Ghost of Tabor over the course of the next 12 months. But moving on to Indie VR Studio of the Year. So these are studios that have made VR games before, but they're not the biggest studios. They're not exactly overly well funded. They're passionate, starving artists, much like the dude in this this picture here.
He's good too.
And
he's a pretty good artist.
Yeah. I mean, look at that. He looks just like him.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, as we talk about Indie VR Studio of the Year, of course, we have to mention Zalubo Productions, which is Zach Cialis Brown, the developer of Vertigo 2. Again, Roots, just an amazing feat for such a small dev team, which is basically one guy and then bringing in a few other people to help.
Yeah, super cool. And this happened over several years. It just shows you what somebody's passion can do and how cool of a game you can make with the know-how and the drive. Really good.
Bulwark Games brought us Genotype this year, Eric. I thought for a moment that these guys might be the rookie of the year, or at least nominated for that. But as it turns out, they've brought us VR games before. This is not the first rodeo for Bulwark Games.
Yeah, which I was surprised with too. But I mean, they absolutely killed it with this game, man. There's so many categories that they could have won for. This with Genotype. Man, just kudos to them. I'm looking forward to see what they do continue with Genotype and then whatever they do next.
Triangle Factory Roots. This is the studio that brought us Breachers, and not as many. There aren't as many games that were quite so successful this year as Breachers and Triangle Factory. Just showing us again, reminding us that what a role the independent studios play in the VR ecosystem.
Yeah, absolutely amazing game. Only one of its kind now. Pretty much, right?
True that. True that. Functronic Labs, Eric, brought us the Light Brigade. And much like Bulwark Games, this is a studio that has a couple of titles under its belt already, but nothing quite like the Light Brigade.
Yeah, such a good game, man. And again, another studio that like you don't know. It's not like a household name, but they have done other games, so kind of like shocked you when you get in there. But good people too, man. Just a really good studio. They're really concerned about the community. They listen to the community. They're always asking questions, and it's a smart team when they do those things.
Roots, you wouldn't think that Cyborn was an indie studio by looking at Hubris, right? You get into this thing, and it seems like a AAA game at times.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the best looking games I've seen in VR. Right? I remember when this first dropped on PC, and everyone was like, "Oh my god!" Like it just blew everybody away, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, blew most people away, and certainly with what they've done on PlayStation and Quest this year
Mm-hmm.
has really blown people away. Wanadev Studio. Eric, if you don't want to say anything nice about Propagation Paradise Hotel, they also develop Ragnarok. Okay, so this is a pretty solid indie studio in their own right.
Hell yeah, and Ragnarok is great, and their demo of their Steam version of Propagation is amazing. I'll
Yeah,
say that about them. I love
yeah.
that.
No, well, let's see. Maybe they're out there. So
Yeah.
Eric wants more of that. And maybe they've got more. Maybe that they've got another game coming. Propagation outside. I don't know. Not outside the hotel. I don't know. That would be cool.
But again, as we have often said tonight, there can only be one indie VR studio of the year. And Roots, I just feel like it has to be Vertical Robot. What they've done with Red Matter 2, quickly as these new devices have come out, is just mind blowing, right? Like they're doing things that we didn't think were possible, and they continue to do things that we don't think should be possible. And we're talking about a team of 5 or 6 people here.
Right. And they're going back, and they're not only this Red Matter 2, Red Matter 1, I mean everything that they've worked on that they have out there, they're constantly trying to make it the best version of it. And super cool. Super deserving of this award.
One of the best games in recent years, especially on PlayStation VR2. And if you happen to have a PlayStation VR2 and would like to try Red Matter 2, now is your chance, because we are about to give away 2 copies to the chat. Red Matter 2 on PlayStation VR2. We have 2 NA and we have 2 EU. Region codes are first come, first serve. We're going to give away 2 copies in the chat right now. We're going to give away 2 more copies in the second chance drawing in 2 weeks. The first 2 people in the chat to answer this question will win a copy of Red Matter 2 on PlayStation VR2. And the question is this. Well, I had a question, but I think that's too easy. We need to think of something else. Okay. The first 2 people to name any of the games that we talked about in the category we just named winners for will win a copy of Red Matter 2. So any of those games that that we just spoke about in Indie VR Studio of the Year, name them and win.
We're going to have to do a meaning of life question for Assassin at some point. What is the answer to the meaning of life?
Right. Well, anybody paying attention to the last segment? Boom! Shades of Gray Matter got it. Hubris, that was absolutely one of them. So congrats, Shades. You have just won Red Matter 2.
Nice.
And Light Brigade, was that in? Yep, that was in this as well. So congratulations, Corporate Zombie, winning a copy of Red Matter 2.
We would have taken my mom, but it's already won. So actually, she wasn't in that segment, did she? We didn't even mention her in that one.
No, we didn't. So congrats, Shades. Congrats, Corporate Zombie. If you didn't win, you know what to do. Make sure you're subscribed. Leave a comment down below that says Red Matter 2, and you will be entered to win the second chance drawing in 2 weeks.
I changed my answer to the meaning of life. Paradise Decay is right. He says the meaning of life is the UEVR mod. We all know this. And yeah, Pal World dictates that, and I gotta go in. tomorrow sometime.
There you go. It is tomorrow, by the
That's
way.
true.
So we move on to Studio of the Year. So these are the big boys here. These are the cream of the crop of VR studios in 2023. A lot of familiar faces here, but some new ones. For example, Eric, I think it's a fair statement that Joyway should absolutely be nominated for Studio of the Year in 2023. They released two excellent games, and they deserve to be recognized for that.
Yep, and they in one of the games was a game the community was kind of like begging for. They listened to the community and they finally came out and gave us the game that we've been wanting for a long time from Joyway. So, as much as we've given Joyway a hard time for not completely finishing things, they've done it and they had two great games this year. So I think they absolutely deserve to be on the list.
Roots Smilegate made pretty big waves in the VR bubble this year, bringing us Crossfire Sierra Squad to VR headsets everywhere.
Yeah, they did definitely a really good job. I was just reading. Somebody wants to know what program you're using, Wes, to make these pictures. They're very good. They said.
What the background pictures? Or are
No,
you
like
talking
like
The AI generated
the
stuff.
AI. Yeah,
Chat GPT, GPT-4?
that's crazy. But yeah, no, I
Yep.
agree. I think Smilegate's done an amazing job with their shooter. It's really cool, and it's definitely one of a kind.
No, I've got a subscription to GPT-4. I use it for a lot of things, and I got to tell you, it's made sourcing out these pictures a lot more easy this year. In years past, I've had to just scour Google Images and try to find something that's ballpark like what I've got in my head, and typically I have to settle for something else. But it's not perfect. It can't do everything that I ask it to do, but 75% of the time I can get exactly what I want out of it just by asking it for it. So
That is cool.
it is cool. In Dreams, Eric, In Dreams made some big moves this year. I mean, not only did they launch Synapse and Ghostbusters, they published a couple of titles as well. They picked up a studio, and then they ended up getting acquired themselves at the end of the year. But it was very much a banner year for In Dreams, and if we hadn't chosen who we had chosen to win this category, I think In Dreams was probably a pretty close second.
Definitely, yeah, and Synapse to me was like their crowning achievement for the year. They did something something they should be super proud of, and to me they had a couple stumbles, with maybe Ghostbusters, and I think there's a lot of people out there that like Power Wash Simulator. Wasn't my favorite game, but I think they did enough this year, and and then with publishing they did some good things. So but yeah, I think just with Synapse they could have won it just for that game.
Yeah, absolutely. Resolution Games, Roots, not only did they continue to support Demio onto new platforms, but they also brought Demio Battles into the world. Demio Battles, Racket Club. Um, what else did Resolution do? They've done all kinds of cool little games, and they continue to be one of the go-to sources for standalone VR games. I think their mastery of the Quest is second to none. They keep knocking it out of the park, and I could expect them to continue knocking it out of the park going forward.
Yeah, I agree. And I'm kind of curious to see what Demio battles will turn into be over time, right? Like this is just the start of it. So
I'm curious to see what 2024 brings, because we could be talking about them for Studio of the Year. They just acquired the Dungeons and Dragons
oh yes, I saw that.
license.
How cool, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, they
that
won
could be
last
special.
year. Yeah,
Right.
they were our winners of Studio of the Year last year because they had such an amazing year, and yeah, definitely at the top of the game with
They
the
need
top
to
VR studios.
they need to model Baldur's Gate as much as they can within
Ooh.
reason, obviously, but like that does that type of game so well. And obviously it's in the Dungeons and Dragons world, so it's going to be what it is, but like it's the best Dungeons and Dragons type of game I've ever played, Baldur's Gate. So
Vertigo Games continued to show why they are a power player in the VR industry, releasing numerous games and even more so, Eric, publishing games. Like Vertigo is one of the busiest VR companies in the world. I mean, not only did they continue to support After the Fall and launch Arizona Sunshine 2. They also published games like Toss. They published Hellsweeper, and there's 3 or 4 more that I can't even think of right now. Vertigo Games among the busiest in our space, and I'm expecting a lot more out of them this year.
Yeah, I mean, just the 7th guest alone for Vertigo was a huge win, and like having doing that game and having that game be as good as it was, them getting on board with that one and publishing that one, that was a huge move for them. Yeah, and then like you said, continuing After the Fall. I mean, did those maps for After the Fall come out in 23? I think they did, right?
Oh yeah, there was a new map that came out around the PSVR2 launch.
Yeah, so they continued there, and then Arizona Sunshine 2 is one of the best games I've ever played. So I mean, they did a great job with that too.
But if they didn't win, it must have taken a Herculean effort on the part of some studio. What studio might that be? Well, of course, that studio is Fast Travel Games. Much like In Dreams and Vertigo Games before them, Fast Travel Games not only developed a couple of excellent games, but they also published a number of good games as well. Fast Travel launched Go Signal, Stellaris game this year. They launched Vampire, The Masquerade Justice this year. They published games like Everslot Invasion, Broken Edge. They published, what was it? They published another couple of games on top of that. And then they announced Mannequin, and they announced a collaboration with what was the name of that studio? Moonhood, the people that previously worked on Ghost Giant. Um, Fast Travel just killing it left and right at every turn, and definitely the cream of the crop as far as VR studios go this past year. Anyways, congrats to Fast Travel Games, and let's give away some more keys here. So we've got a few copies of Ghost Signal, a Stellaris game to give away, courtesy of our friends at Fast Travel Games. So I've got one copy on PSVR2 North America. I've got one copy on Steam. I've got one copy on MetaQuest. We're going to give away one copy right now in the chat. We're going to give away another copy in 2 weeks as a part of the second chance drawing. First come, first serve on platform. So I just named off a bunch of stuff that Fast Travel Games did this year. Name one game that they developed prior to this year, and you will win a copy of Ghost Signal, a Stellaris game, on the platform of your choice.
Is an easy one.
Yeah. There's some classics from Fast Travel in recent years.
And this is a kick-ass game.
Hell yeah, it is. People thinking about it. They forgot what Fast Travel has done. How dare you people? Apex Construct, says Johnny C. That is absolutely right. So congratulations, Johnny C. You have just won a copy of Ghost Signal, a Stellaris game on the platform of your choice. Now, did Johnny win before? Something tells me maybe Johnny won before. I could be wrong about that, but let me check.
That looks like it looks like it'd be pretty cool watching that space battle like happen right in front of you. Like just Crazy,
It is,
right?
man. It's so cool. And, just again the size of the creatures that will come, and like you have some that you battle, and then you have some that are like
Nope.
will fight with you, which is super cool.
Nope. Johnny is the winner. It was Jammy. Jammy had
Jammy
won
Rat.
before, not Johnny. So congratulations, Johnny. Hit me up on Discord. Let me know which platform you want. And again, if you want to enter to win a copy of this game, just leave a comment down below. Make sure you're subscribed, and we will enter you into the second chance drawing. All right, so that's the studio awards, guys. Now we're down to it. Now pretty much every category that we talk about here to the end of the show is the vast majority of them are going to have of the year on the end of them. Like this category, early access game of the year. These are games in development as we speak that are available for people to play right now, and many of them are in a pretty good shape already. For example, District Steel. This is a shooter that we covered early in the year, and Roots, we had a pretty good time playing this one, didn't we?
Yeah, it seems like longer, man. That seems like a long time ago. That was at the beginning of last year. That's crazy. Yeah, this was actually pretty good, right?
Yeah, kind of a retro inspired first person shooter. I think developed by one dude, and we had a good time playing it. And I haven't played it since then. I'd be interested to see what kind of updates it's gotten. But it was certainly fun game to play. Eric, did you ever play Grimlord? Like, this is one of the best games that I played on Steam VR this year. And it is early access. And by the way, just hit Quest Store, which is mind blowing to me. I don't know how they pulled it off because this is a super deep game with beautiful graphics. Grimlord is really exceptional already.
Yeah, I played very limited of this. Like I tried a demo of it, like a while ago, and I never really got back into it. But I really liked it. Like I enjoyed it. It wasn't because I didn't want to get back into it. Just time didn't allow me to. And then I heard it was going to the Quest, and I was shocked. I have not looked at the Quest version. I really need to, just to see what this thing looks like, because I'm shocked that it's on there, which is awesome. I'm looking forward to seeing what they'll end up doing with that in the end. But yeah, Grimlord is very much like I don't know, it's like a Souls game, so it's gonna be hard, it's gonna be difficult, it's gonna be pretty deep. So I'm interested to see where they go with it.
Yeah, really good game. Roots, the events at Unity Farm hit early access this year. Now, this is a game that we played before it even made early access. We played a demo of it during one of the Steam Next Fest, and we're really surprised at just how much game there was there for a demo. Really enjoyable, and from what I understand, it's been polished up quite a bit since then.
Wow, it was already pretty good then, right? The story, it just seemed pretty cool. It was intriguing. Definitely need to check it out.
Yeah. Story driven spell casting slash puzzle game, and yeah, really solid title for an indie studio, Titan One Studios, which by the way, Steam keys hitting the chat now for the events at Unity Farm. First come, first people can grab
Have you
those.
a mystery key? No, not mystery. We know what it is.
There we go. The
PD's
events at
just
Unity
dropped one in
Farm.
there too.
Yeah, PD's been taking up the mantle of Mickey Barrios today and just killing it, putting great games in the chat. So shout out to Paradise Decay, big thank you.
Yes, for sure.
Glass Breakers, Champions of Moss, is also in early access, and you can say what you want to about this game, Eric. Polished. This is already a very polished experience.
Polyarc doesn't mess around. They know what they're doing. They're a veteran studio who knows how to make VR games, and you knew it was going to, even early access, you knew it was going to be fairly polished, and we're seeing them start to roll out more and more of it. As we talked earlier, multiplayer did get pushed with it, so you're playing with other people now, which is great, and I think you're still going to it's going to be fleshed out more. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what that finished product looks like this year, and moving forward, whatever else they've got. But it's a great title.
Absolutely. But as we announce the winner of Early Access Game of the Year, do I even need to say what the Early Access Game of the Year was? I mean, come on, Roots. We just spent 15 minutes talking about Ghost of Tabor. How could we pick anything else?
Yeah, there really was no choice. Although all those other early access games were good, nothing's on this level, right?
It's the early access game of the decade, man. Nobody's ever done what these guys have done in early access.
Right.
Numbers are insane.
So quickly. I feel like they're even moving faster than Tarkov's even moved. So it's good.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's really crazy.
Yeah, to have the success they have had, in a year where we've seen a lot of studios either have come in hard times and have to lay people off, or close outright, to have a studio in App Lab do the numbers that they've done, it just makes you see that if things are done right and you have a game that's got a good hook and you support it and you do the right things and you launch it correctly and you you advertise it and you market it, that people will buy it and they'll spend money on it. So, the market is there if you know how to tap into it.
Right. The game and initially the game just has to be, playable and be good, and something people want to play. But like marketing is huge, and it just seems like it's a big thing that most studios skip. Um, which I guess it's money, but it's, like, spend money to make money, right? So
Yeah,
That's
especially in App Lab.
absolutely right.
Yeah, especially in App Lab, there's no discoverability in App Lab. So, the only way that people know the Ghost of Tabor is there is because they got the community, the content creation community involved so early in covering the game that everybody knew about it. Otherwise, how are you found? You know what I mean? We're in App Lab, unless you put something behind it. And too many studios think, just because they're launching in the store, that they don't have to do anything, and it just doesn't work that way.
Well, Combat Waffle absolutely seems like they can do no wrong sometimes. So, congratulations again to them on an amazing year. And again, a no brainer here for Early Access Game of the Year. We move on. Surprise of the year. This is the surprise of the year. We had a lot of surprises this year, Eric. And not the least of which was very bad dreams on PlayStation VR2. Or, I mean, you could even talk about the Steam version to some extent. But again, nobody was expecting these guys to come up with something good. And they actually came out with something really good.
Yeah, and then have the two platforms, which is kind of surprising too. So you want a surprise of the year? They just, they launched it on Steam, but then to launch Very Bad Dream, Bad Dreams on Steam, and then launch Very Bad Dreams on the PlayStation VR2 is pretty amazing. And another early access game on Steam, and they had some control issues, but the actual core game was there. It was freaky and kind of scary as shit. So it was done really, really well. And then I didn't get a chance to play the Very Bad Dreams on PlayStation, but you did, and you said you liked it a lot. So to have surprise of the year on two separate platforms, which is great.
Yeah. Gazzlers. Roots. Again, nobody saw that one coming. Like a rail shooter in 2023 that's actually good.
yeah,
I guess so.
it actually has a gameplay loop and a hook that is fun and is very innovative and has a lot of thought put into it. It just shows you that you can't judge a book by its cover, right? Especially in games. A lot of times you can get in there and it can just be an amazing fun time. So
Yeah, and this one certainly is an amazing fun time. Uh, as far as surprises go, Eric, what about Breachers? I mean, who saw that coming? I mean, they kind of came from out of nowhere, and even from the moment they debuted their trailer, just instant hype from everywhere. And then they ended up delivering a game that lived up to the hype.
Yeah, and then having so many other surprises like pop in and out throughout the year. The game launch itself on the Quest and Steam, and then launching on PlayStation, and then launching Haptics support on Steam and Quest, and now talking about having B haptic support, being the first title to have B haptic support on the PlayStation and bringing B haptics to PlayStation VR2. That is a huge surprise. So literally now that we know all that, man, that Breachers probably could have won this category easy.
Yeah, definitely a deserving nominee. Roots Joyway actually launched a game this year that was polished on launch and ready to go. Dead Hook. I mean, who saw that shit coming?
Yeah, yeah, I didn't see it. I mean, we give Joyway shit, but they've, like you said, they've put two good games out this year. They've delivered, and man, maybe they're growing. They're learning, and they're now. This is what the new Joyway is going to be, right? Like they're just going to start delivering really good titles. So
This certainly fits that definition. A really good title. Erica, another big surprise this year. We've talked about it at length already. Dungeons of Eternity, a sensation on MetaQuest as we speak, and no signs of stopping for Dungeons of Eternity.
Yep, another super surprise. Had no idea. I didn't see this one coming. It looked like a cool game when I saw some of the trailers, and man, when it hit, it like just drove everybody to play it and get into it. And then, everybody had some questions about, longevity with it. And then they came out with this amazing roadmap that looks amazing. And they could have another great year in 2024. So,
is it coming to any
Awesome
other
stuff.
platforms? Is that in their roadmap? I'm assuming.
I don't remember, honestly. I'd be surprised if it didn't, because I remember reading that roadmap and like, how are they going to deliver all that in a year? Maybe. I don't know. I don't remember. Maybe someone in the chat can remind us whether or not it's coming to other platforms. Anyway, let's get to the winner, the biggest surprise of the year, and I think a very deserving winner, Roots, in the Light Brigade, a game that's pretty much universally loved. No one expected it to be quite as good as it is, and I think that this is one of the year's biggest success stories from just out of nowhere launching one of the best games that we've ever played. Um, Kudos to Funktronic Labs here, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. And we said it earlier when we were talking about, or I did, about Fogland. There's a lot of games like that try to do what these developers did with Light Brigade, and they just fall short. It's kind of like casting a really good TV show or movie. Like everything has to gel and mix and be like, I kind of feel that way about these games. Like that, a lot of times things can sound good on paper, but implementing it's just a lot tougher than you would think. And I just they nailed it. So yeah, absolutely
Yeah.
surprise of the year.
Yeah, the combination of fantasy with this game and then the realism with the weapons, the unique mechanics with the tarot cards and the praying, just killing it on every front. Just an excellent, excellent game. Definitely a
Gabriel,
surprise of the game.
sorry, it says this channel convinced me to buy this game. Glad I did.
Nice.
Anyways, we move on to Indie VR Game of the Year. So it's coming down to it now. We just did the early access game of the year. Now we're at the Indie Game of the Year. We just have a handful of categories left. So if you haven't, make sure you click that thumbs up button. We are coming down the stretch. Again, we're not going to spend too much time on any of these games. We've already talked about all of them at length. So I'll just run down the list rather quickly. Unless you have something else you want to say about Propagation Paradise Hotel, Eric.
No, I think I'm good there.
Breachers, also nominated for Indie Game of the Year. These are games, again, that come from smaller studios, lower budgets. That's how we define an indie VR game, and certainly Triangle Factory and Breachers fits that definition. Of course, if we're going to talk about Breachers, we need to talk about Dungeons of Eternity. I mean, it seems like they're hand in hand, very similar success for both of those titles on MetaQuest this year. One indie game, though, that we haven't talked about as much is Undead Citadel. And then Citadel, definitely one of the stronger indie games that was released this year, and one of a few that was exclusive to the Steam platform. So definitely a deserving nominee there. And then we had Genotype. Genotype from Bulwark Games. I mean, I don't know how we could put this game over any harder than we already have. It was definitely one of the best releases of the year. And if it weren't for the strength of the winner of this category, then this probably would have been the game that won. But at the end of the day, the Indie VR game of the year is the Light Brigade. I mean, come on. It's. I'm sorry, my dog needs in. Come on in, then. We're not doing anything. We're just doing a show. The Light Brigade, just a phenomenal game. Original, in so many different ways. Fun to play, addictive, challenging. Really, I can't say anything bad about it except for I wish there was more of it. Like it's a short campaign, but other than that, just a masterpiece of a game, and one of only 2 or 3 repeat winners on the 2023 show, just because it's that damn good.
Yeah, absolutely.
So congratulations again to Funktronic Labs on an excellent game and an excellent year. Now, if you haven't played the Light Brigade yet, guess what? We've got some keys for you. We've got 1 PlayStation VR2 North America. We have 1 Steam. We have 1 Meta Quest. We're going to give away 1 to the chat. We're going to give away 1 second chance drawing in 2 weeks. And the first person in the chat to answer this question will win a copy of the Light Brigade. And the question is, this game is developed and published by Funktronic Labs. Name any other VR game that's developed by Funktronic Labs, and you will win a copy of the Light Brigade.
Nice. That's a good one.
Yes, my dog is big, Paradise Decay. He's like
sizable. That's
You
fun.
know, you know who else
Sometime
wants to
dog.
see the dog?
My mom!
Yeah, she does.
Yeah, so Light Brigade, PSVR2 North America, Steam, MetaQuest, first come, first serve. All you got to do is tell me another game that Funktronic Labs developed,
Ooh.
like John Crusher just did with
Crushed it.
Cosmic Trip.
Wow, Cosmic Trip is a good one, man. A good one. I was wondering if anybody would get the next one. That looks like Rob Harv 11 got with Fuji.
Yep, Fuji, Cosmic Trip. That was what was so interesting about the emergence of the Light Brigade is they're coming from a studio that very much does these fantastical, whimsical, like calm, contemplative games. Contemplative. They're not known for their shooter prowess. So when they come at you with these World War II weapons and they're completely realistic and handle so well, you're just like, what the fuck? Why weren't you doing this 5 years ago, Funktronic Labs? Anyway,
Yeah.
Congratulations, John Crusher. Congratulations, Funktronic Labs, and thank you, Funktronic Labs, for supplying us with these giveaway keys. If you would like to win a copy of the Light Brigade, make sure you subscribe. Leave a comment down below that says the Light Brigade, and you will be entered to win the second chance drawing 2 weeks from today. All right, guys. So we're down to it now. We're down to the games of the year, the platform games of the year. But before we can get down to the ultimate last couple of giveaways and last couple of awards, we do have another guest segment to run. And of course, the show would not be complete and it wouldn't be a PSVR segment if we didn't bring the godfather of PSVR in to talk with us a little bit about it. So we're going to throw now to our friend, the one who loves us all, Bryan Paul, to name the winners of the PSVR2 themed awards. So we'll be back here in just a couple hours. And at that point, we'll name a few more award winners and call it a night. We'll see you then. Well, hello there, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. And welcome back, Roots and Eric. Welcome back, Brian Paul. So, a little insider info here. As things go here in Virtual Strangers Land, this segment that we're recording right now is the first official piece of content that we've done since early November, and we're recording this on January 21st. So it's been nearly 3 months since we've done any content, and man, I'm ready for it. What a difficult few months it's been, and I'm so happy to be back. Brian, thank you for once again joining us here for our annual celebration of VR, late as it may be.
Crap. I knew I was on the wrong podcast. I thought this was the furry podcast. I was so excited to finally talk about my furry friends. But I guess VR will be okay too.
Well, for what it's worth, Roots is pretty furry, so
That's
take that as you will.
Yeah.
Roots, how about it, man? How does it feel to be back in front of a camera and microphone for the first time in so long?
It's crazy. I didn't think it'd been 3 months. I felt like it's been a long time. Yeah, I feel like we're ready. I did feel like maybe I might be a little rusty. This has been 3 months, but yeah, I think it'll be good. It'll be fun.
No, it's great. Eric, I mean, and this is in all honesty, like there have been multiple periods in since we've been away that I've doubted that we ever get to this point. So I'm so happy that we're actually here and that we're actually doing it, and I'm glad to get the ball rolling once again on a brand new season and a brand new year.
Yeah, man, it feels good to be back. I mean, it's different. We all do a little podcast here and there. I mean, you got a couple different ones, and we do one together with Crewcast, but and I do Q2C. But when the three of us are together and we can have an awesome person like Brian in here, it feels better. It feels different. It feels. I mean, it's been a long time, but I don't know. I feel right at home. I feel right at home. The audio issues suck. It's perfect, man. I feel like we've never left.
No, it started with the camera issues too. Yeah, so it's always something, but at least we got through it. That's good.
Speaking of which, Brian, what a year it's been since we were here last on the 2022 show.
Yeah.
Like when we were here last year, all we really had to talk about was speculation and anticipation. It was pre PSVR2 era and the very ass end of PSVR1. And to be quite honest, I don't even remember what we talked about last year. Like I can't even fathom what we could have possibly had to speak about last year. But so much has taken place in the course of over the course of 2023.
Yeah. I mean, we
That's
went
been a
from
pretty incredible year, right?
yeah, we went from PSVR 1 being, I mean, for all intents and purposes, it was dead for pretty much the last 2 years of its life. With just a couple releases here and there, to, I mean, being one of the most, if not the most, talked about headset with PSVR 2 this year. For good reasons and bad reasons, of course. But it's, man, yeah, I mean, quite a year. I went from having like literally nothing to review to being like perpetually 100 reviews behind schedule.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it seems like so long ago too. Like when it hasn't been a year yet, Eric, since PSVR2 came out. But it seems like a lifetime ago. I mean, I remember back when PSVR2 launched, um, the tone in the VR community as a whole, not just the PSVR community, but the tone of the VR community as a whole when PSVR2 launched was overwhelmingly positive. Everyone was just completely over the moon with everything that they were seeing, everything from the PSVR2 launch lineup. But man, doesn't that seem like literally generations ago at this point?
It does too, because I mean, I remember when we did this last year was right before we went to CES. At CES, we all got a chance to try it for the first time ever and doing the demo for Rise and Call the Mountain, and we were all blown away. I mean, there wasn't many people that came out of doing that demo of the headset and the game for the first time that weren't completely blown away. And so there was like a lot of like just coming into the launch, there was a lot of hype around it, and rightfully so. And it was just a weird year. It was a weird year for PlayStation.
It's a weird year for VR in
It
general.
for all gaming in general too, and it's something that that's been on my mind a lot just the last few days. Just this whole 2023 in gaming has just been an odd year for flat gaming, for VR gaming, different platforms, and Brian, I can't wait to hear your take on it because I've had my like ups and downs with PlayStation all year. Like um, it launched so well, and then there was such a dry spell, and then it came on strong again in the fall. And while I had issues with it this year, it's still some of the best gaming I've ever done. Like literally, I can say there's probably 5 or 6 experiences that I had this year on the PlayStation VR2 that are the best VR gaming I've ever done.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to kind of argue with that. There's if you kind of look at the year instead of the ebbs and the flows and being like, oh man, what happened during that downtime? And if you just kind of look at it as a collective year and just seeing everything that came out, all the support that Sony gave it, the games that only existed on the platform because of Sony's funding of those games. I mean, it's hard to look at the year and go Sony's not doing everything they possibly can for this small little user base, but yet somehow that narrative still persists. So it's been a very interesting year. I think the more interesting part of PSVR2's first year on the market has been uh, the their horrible PR more than anything else, right?
Yeah,
Whether that be from
Definitely.
outside influences or Sony themselves just not doing enough to support it or promote what they've done to support it.
yeah, and again, as Eric kind of alluded to, that's not just a PSVR thing. It seems like it's a PlayStation thing in general, and it just hasn't been the best year in terms of promotion for PlayStation, and a lot of that could have to do with the hangover from the recent world issues that we're kind of trying to get away from now. And then on top of that, we're in a regime change at PlayStation with
Yeah.
Jim Ryan on the way out and whoever unnamed person on the way in. Um, but ups and downs aside, Roots, um, the arrival of PSVR2 has been very significant to the VR ecosystem as a whole, because something that you often talk about is absolutely the truth, and that is the emergence of PSVR2 as a platform is very much signified the return of AAA VR gaming, which is something that had gone away for a couple of years with PSVR2 or PSVR1 kind of ending its life cycle, and then with Meta moving away from Rift a couple of years ago, we've been without high-end VR games for a couple of years now, and PSVR 2 has very much kind of started us back down that road again, thankfully.
Yeah, it's funny too because it goes along with what you guys were saying a minute ago, where people are complaining. I mean, it's not even been a year saying they're not doing that. Sony doesn't care about AAA gaming, and I'm like, they're the only ones that are supporting it. Like legit like when I look at AAA gaming, I want a game that if I play it flat, it's going to be the same in VR. That's a full-fledged AAA game. No one else is doing that. You're getting like AAA-ish on Meta. You get AAA IPs, but not the full games. I want to play the same game that the flat guys get to play, right? The With all the depth and the amazing like Resident Village, there's so many amazing games out there, and VR is just the way I've been looking at it lately is like early VR was kind of a step up from Wii Fit or the Wii stuff, right? Where you're standing on a
Right.
board and you're bowling and shit. And then you got into VR and now you're in there, but it was the same graphics and it was the same depth. And we're starting to slowly move away, but I think it's 100% Sony that's pushing the AAA.
MetaQuest, aka the We Suck. I'm just
Yes.
joking.
No.
It's a joke. It's a joke.
I'm glad you had to say that it was a joke afterwards, just to avoid
Right.
any angry comments. I got to ask? Obviously I talked to Wes, at least once a week. But did the rest of you guys did you guys get like racing rigs and everything for Gran Turismo 7 to get the full experience on PSVR 2?
I did because Lincoln Clay is a boss, and he sent me his wheel, and then I bought the rig for it, and
Nice.
it changed everything. I
It's
thought
such a game changer. I love
I
it.
thought it was an amazing game with the controller and
Mhm.
playing it, and I really loved it. And then I tried it with the wheel, and I thought, like it wasn't even the same game. It actually makes it's a driving sim. It's the best driving sim I've ever played. It really makes me feel like I'm driving. So
Yeah, I was the same way. I had a rig already. I got mine right when Wes got his. Like, I kind of like followed him because I was thinking about doing it when he got his, and he did a ton of research, and I'm like, I'm gonna steal all his research. I'm just gonna go buy whatever he buys, and that's what I did. So I've had mine for a while, but it collects dust for me because it's PC sim racing can be an issue. Anything with PC can be an issue, but with PlayStation, this console, it's just plug and play. You plug it into the USB port, everything works. For me, a lot of times it used to be, I plug it in and then this driver doesn't work with this driver. And then I have to, uninstall, the Pimax software because it doesn't want to mesh with Logitech. And I got to take the driver out. So it's just a pain in the ass. So I ended up not using it a lot of time when I should be with other driving games. But Gran Turismo is like, it's just such an easy thing. You plug it in, I'm playing, I'm going, like to the point where I actually went out and bought the shifter afterwards too for my
Nice.
wheel because I was like, I want that. It's such a good simulation that I want that extra feeling of just being able to drive manual when I want to drive manual with it. It's freaking amazing. And again, that was one of those experiences that I was talking about. Is like, it's just like mind blowing gaming that, it's one of those things like how you felt when you first found VR is how I felt with some of those experiences this year. Like they blew me away so much that I was like, whatever I think PlayStation as a whole, they had the best year for me for gaming just because everything the sum of the total of everything I did was so good, and Gran Turismo for me led the way with a lot of it.
And now we all have
And,
racing rigs for a Galaxy Kart, which is
Exactly.
nice.
Oh, it's
yeah,
just
Galaxy Kart's awesome. Yeah. So that's what we're here to celebrate. Is the year that was for PSVR2, and PSVR. Typically in years past, we would do this segment and we would have a category, maybe two categories. But the emergence of PSVR2 overturned the apple cart to the point where we had to add in extra categories that were just PSVR2 specific. And the reason why was because so many older games, and when I say older, I don't mean like super old. Some of them were super old, but some of them were just quest ports, stuff from last year. And by our old rules, we always allowed these games to uh, a nomination for Game of the Year in terms of specific platforms. But there's so many of them here. We didn't want the PSVR2 Game of the Year to be a 2018 game or a 2019 game or even a 2022 game. So we added in a couple of new categories so that we can recognize those games. And we're going to start off there and start off with this one. This is the Just a Quest Port award because we had a lot of those that were just a quest port.
Is that what this image in the middle of the screen that I'm dying at represents? Because this
Yeah.
is such a great image.
Yeah, this is why we kept you waiting so long, Brian. I'm sitting over here trying to create memes for the show.
So worth it. Worth every second of waiting.
I thought it was VR Central I was looking at here. I didn't know what the hell this was.
Yeah, it does have a bit of a resemblance, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So this is the award. All jokes aside, this is for the best PSVR2 port of an existing Quest or even a PCVR game. It doesn't necessarily have to be a Quest port, but we've heard that phrase so many times over the course of the last year that I couldn't resist naming the award after it. Of course, as is the case with all of our awards, we had a ton of nominees. We're not going to list them all here. And for those of you wondering, we did have a nomination period that ended at the end of November. So anything that came out in December this year, those will be nominees for the 2024 Show Awards. Games like like Arizona Sunshine 2, games like Resident Evil 4. These games won't be included in this year's nominees because we only had so much time to play, and recency bias is a thing. So we tried to avoid that the best we could by just having a nomination period this year.
Wes,
And
just to
I'm
cut
kind of
in here, I gotta say that I really hope that we have such a good year that RE4 doesn't sweep everything next year.
yeah.
I don't know how you do
Well,
it. How are you gonna do that? How do we? I mean, it was
Release
so freaking
RE9, I
good, dude.
guess. Yeah.
yeah,
I
RE9.
beat that game. I beat. We weren't supposed to. Like we were supposed to be playing 2023 games that weren't even on our list. And I'm like, fuck it, I don't care. It's so good. I'm finishing this game, and I played it the whole thing through.
So good.
Yeah. Well, I've certainly still got to get started, and well, I'm not get started, but I need to pick it back up. I didn't play very far into it at all, and to be honest, when I said at the top of the show, it's been a hectic few months. It really has been a hectic few months. I haven't had time to hardly play any VR at all. So I look forward to getting back into some of these games that I've been missing out on recently, and then we've got a lot coming up in the fairly near future, actually, that I'm excited about as well. But anyway, right now we're talking about Quest ports or PCVR ports, and just a couple of quick honorable mentions. Um, Pavlov was a one that was particularly popular, especially in the early days of PSVR2. This is a game that had been around on PC for a good many years and had become kind of old hat. But when it came to PSVR2, with the new enhancements that the hardware brought with it, a lot of people love Pavlov, and a lot of people still love Pavlov. So, absolutely deserve to be mentioned here, as does Runner. Runner, a great game across all platforms that it supports. But I think most of us agree that the best version of Runner is on PSVR2. And so shout out to Runner as well. But let's move on to the actual nominees here. The best of the best with regard to ports from other platforms on PSVR2. And we start by taking a look at Themio, which, Brian, was one of the few Quest games that you actually played on Quest. And and when it came over to PSVR2, you just picked right up where you left off, right?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, Demio is a fantastic game. Like, just one of the absolute best ways to hang out. If you have unlimited amount of time, that is, then you can get a couple friends together and spend a
Right.
long afternoon playing Demio. Just yeah, I mean, there's nothing else like it. As far as I'm concerned, there's plenty of board games and stuff like that in VR, but nothing that really captures the feeling that Demio does.
And Eric, I mean, a great port on PSVR 2 as well. I mean, that really lends. It's a colorful game, and it really lends itself well to the OLED screens of the new headset.
Yeah, and I think that's like a lot of these ports that we see the difference in why we think they're so good. For me, a lot of it is the OLED lenses, and how that looks, with the headset because it's such a difference with some of these games, that it absolutely kind of blows me away. Like there's certain games that just Gazler's is it's not like a beautiful like graphic game, but for some reason it pops so much more in the PlayStation over say like the Quest version or even the PC version. So it just blows me away every time the load screen comes in for that. But and Demio's kind of the same way. That whole entire board just kind of like brightens up for me, and like the colors are so rich and vibrant. And then the gameplay is Demio. How do you go wrong with Demio?
And then Roots, I mean, as good as the game looks, I think what stuck out to me most more than anything about the PSVR2 version of Demio is were the haptics in the Sense controllers. Like every little move, every spell, every swing of the chain, everything that these little characters are doing on the game board, you can absolutely feel in your hands, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And it still makes me. I wonder what kind of magic they have in there because it's amazing.
Truly is. Brian, as I come back around to you, we move on to our next nominee. And if there was a game that you played more on Quest than any other, than even Demio, it was probably Walkabout Mini Golf, right?
Yeah, I think Walkabout Mini Golf is the king of VR for me for the last. I mean, ever since it came out on Quest, I probably played more hours of Walkabout Mini Golf on Quest than I played my PSVR1 that year, and now that it's out on PSVR2, I mean, this is what I did today. Today, I decided to take a day off and not do anything, and I spent, I managed to get like 3 or 4 rounds of golf in, just checking out the Meow Wolf DLC that I never played the hard course of, the brand new Around the World in 80 Days, which doesn't actually play into this because that just came out after your deadline. But like, they're so good at bringing out DLC just one after another, where if you get away from Walkabout for a few months, you've missed something. And so there's always a reason to come back in, always a reason to go hunt for the missing balls, play the new course, get a new club. There's always a reason to come back, and it's it doesn't look night and day different on the PSVR 2, but
No.
it looks great. It plays great. It's fun. Love it.
Yeah, does look noticeably better. Not like drastically better. Noticeably better than the Quest version. Very similar to the PC version. One of the coolest things I thought, Eric, about the Walkabout port on PSVR 2 was the fact that they bundled all those DLCs together, and I think it was like an extra $10 or something to get. I think it was like 6 or 7 DLCs, 6 or 7 extra courses for Walkabout when it launched on PSVR2, and that was pretty awesome.
That is awesome because this is a drastically different game than when it originally launched. You know what I mean? The amount of courses it launched with originally, and now the ones that it comes with now, and the first courses that it launched with were awesome. By the way, they were all great. But I mean, the imagination and the some of the IPs that they have with these latest courses just completely blow me away. And then for them to wrap it all together, I mean, to do that unlike some of the other developers out there who have gone different ways in how they've decided to move, and do things with how they want to charge and upcharge. I think this was one of the smartest things that Mighty Coconut did.
Absolutely. Roots, as we move on to our next nominee, um, there are very few games that porting into PSVR 2 impacted more than it impacted Star Wars Tales from the Galaxy's Edge, the quote unquote enhanced edition. Um, on Quest, this was very much an average game, a run of the mill game. But something about it coming over to PSVR 2 with the upgraded graphics and of course the upgraded haptics and adaptive triggers really transformed this into a Star Wars Lucasfilm worthy experience, didn't it?
Yeah, yeah. I thought on the Quest, like you said, the gameplay and I don't know, maybe the haptics, I guess, is what makes the gameplay feel because the gameplay is still the gameplay, but it does feel better on
Right.
the PlayStation VR 2. But like I felt like on Quest, I really did feel like I was in this like Star Wars cartoon, and it was super cool, but it was so much more amplified in the with the OLED screens. I think the colors and then the haptics. I just think this game was supposed to be on the PlayStation VR 2, or it should have been
The
to begin with.
the colors, Brian Paul, the colors.
Never
Um,
goes away.
This
I
was
know,
the
right?
PC version that we deserved, by the way, right? Like
Right.
this was like when this came out, we were all like, "What the freak, man? Why are you not giving me a PC version of this game? You're just giving me a Quest, version." And that's one of the biggest things that I was looking forward to when it came over. And I was the same way. The Roots, I finished it on the Quest, loved it, thought it was really really good. I finished it on PlayStation VR2 again because it was that much better.
It was very much a cinematic experience, Brian, on PSVR 2. But in addition to that, I mean, a pretty solid, fun corridor shooter on top of it, right?
Yeah, it, when you kind of boil it down to its basics, there's not a lot going on in Tales from the Galaxy's Edge, but they make it all feel so impactful, and I think that 90% of that impact does come from the haptics. Every single blaster feels great to fire. It just feels like a generic first-person shooter. Run around, kill some things, and but because those weapons feel so good to use, it's like, no, this is great, and I really enjoyed it. I remember saying I enjoyed it more than like Call of the Mountain. I had a better time with it, more fun with it.
Wow.
And I know, right? Shots
Yeah.
fired. But and then even those mini games that you get your tool belt out and like you know you activate those different mini games by like opening the panels or whatever, and uh, all of those are should be really monotonous, but I look forward to them because they felt good. And so I mean, I think it just really shows how important haptics really are in games. Because then if you have a game that isn't crazy repetitive like this game is, like then and it's infused with all those haptics, and you're kind of firing on all cylinders. This is showing what one specific thing in a VR game it can make all the difference.
Yeah, absolutely. The team there, ILMX Lab, really are one of only a couple dozen maybe development studios that actually took advantage of most of the tools that the PSVR2 made available to them, and I think that we talk about people being frustrated, especially through the middle part of the year with some of the releases on PSVR2, and I think what's at the root of a lot of that is games like Galaxy's Edge, kind of showed us what developers can do if they take the time to utilize the tools that are available to them. And I don't think Roots that there's a better example of that than our next nominee, Red Matter 2. Vertical Robot, of course, doing what they do and taking it any and every platform that they launch on and releasing a version of their game that literally is the class of the platform, no matter what platform we're talking about. And Red Matter 2 for PSVR 2, just like it has been on so many other platforms before it, just an absolute masterpiece of a port. The port being better than the original version of the game by a pretty fair margin, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's all about. I mean, not all about, but this game is in the studios, the visuals, right? Like they squeeze out every bit of visuals they can, and this is my biggest pet peeve with developers right now with PlayStation VR2 is you have foveated eye tracking. Like use it, like you know what I mean? Like fucking use it.
Yeah.
You have games that use it like this, and it makes it look amazing. You got No Man's Sky, and the only version that actually looks good or actually looks phenomenal because of that foveated rendering, right? And so like yeah, they definitely are using the full gamut of the kit. So
You- Eric, do you think these other indie studios get mad when they see Vertical Robot coming and launching their version of the game? Because like they're like, damn it, well, they're ruining it for everyone, aren't they?
Absolutely. It's almost unfair, right? Like it's the red matter effect, or like even now for Quest, it's the Asgard's Wrath effect. Like every game that has to come after it has to be compared to it. And like so if you don't live up to it, it's almost like you want to go the opposite way. Like I'm never gonna make a graphical game that's even close to that. I'll go opposite. I'll do cell shading or I'll do, 8-bit or I'll do something different just to get away from having to be compared to it. So it's so difficult, but they're so good at it. Like literally, I wish that they would just farm out their people to other developer studios to help other games get to where they go. Because I don't know how they do it. Like, I especially on the like on a system like the Quest, I don't know how they do it. Like, and to see them take advantage of the hardware of the PlayStation VR2 and not just do a straight turnover, it goes to show you that this studio is not lazy and they want to do the best that they possibly can because they could have puked out the same exact game over here, and we would all been blown away, and we probably all would have been like, "Okay, yeah, it's great." But to go above and beyond, a lot of the other studios don't do it.
Well, Brian, obviously they're not stupid, and I mean that not only in when I talk about their ability to work and modify the Unreal Engine, but they're very smart because they choose the proper type of game that allows them to really fully maximize the power and the resources that they have available to them, right? By by making a narrative driven, mainly puzzle game
Mhm.
that has a lot of static environments and not a whole lot of moving assets at any one time. That really allows them to really hone in on the details, right? Um, so I mean, would you consider that smart development, or would you consider that cheating? No
I
way.
consider everything that Vertical Robot does smart development.
Yeah, yeah.
That's dude, there's only what, 2, 4 of them now, maybe at most. It is
Right.
it's crazy that they're blowing away and just really putting to shame indie teams that have, I mean, I think it's fair to say that a team that still has like 20 or 30 people on staff or people that are, that are working, that's we still definitely consider a lot of those indie teams. But they're kind of blowing away everyone, like regardless of team size. But you're right, yeah, they're working smart because none of Red Matter 2 takes place in a jungle, right? With lots of foliage and birds flying around and stuff that maybe isn't going to allow the 120 native to exist, especially at that resolution. And so, yeah, they if you look at the game, it's very geometric. If you look at what it really is and boil it down, you're like, oh yeah, it makes sense that they can make this happen. But no one else is making it happen. So,
Exactly.
you
Yeah,
got to
exactly.
recognize the talent. Also, I got to throw this out there. The load time comparison between the Quest 2 version of Red Matter 2 and the PSVR2 version. And people, we should take this for granted, right? Because the PS5 has this SSD that's really fast in it. Arizona Sunshine 2 is slow as fuck. Like loading between scenes. Like, what is this, the PlayStation 1? Like, why do I see a loading bar that is just slowly loading in front of my face? What is happening here? And then meanwhile, Red Matter 2, it felt similar, right? Because it would hide the loading screens with those airlocks, right? With the fluorescent tube, the purple fluorescent tube that would go back and forth like 5 times while it was loading. It's like, and I was like, I get it. It's a loading screen and you're trying to hide it. Dude, that fluorescent bulb on PSVR 2 is like, boom, boom, opens door. Like, sweet.
Yeah.
So I really
Yeah.
appreciate that because I got frustrated with some of the puzzles on Quest. Running back and forth. I didn't want to run back and forth because I was standing in those airlocks over and over. On PSVR 2, it was like, oh, I'll run back and forth all day. No load times.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that does make a big difference in a game like this, where you're
In
running back and forth.
in VR in general, like it's not like you're looking at a flat screen. A load bar is no big deal, but even with it, seeing it just you feel it just very uncomfortable to stand there for even 30 seconds. Like that's a big deal, I think.
Yeah, and if you hated those load screens with Arizona Sunshine 2 on PlayStation, man, you
Oh,
should
God.
see them on Quest. It's like an hour. It feels like I'm
Yeah.
like, "All right, I'm gonna go get something to drink. I'm gonna go use the bathroom. I'll be back," and it'll still be kind of going.
Wow. Why? What is happening over there?
It's so long. Like literally, a couple times I thought it was broken. I'm like, did something freeze up here? Because nothing's happening. Like I was, I know like some of the inner workings of like meta and how they work, and like a lot of times going through QA or VRCs with them, load screens like one of the biggest things. Like you can't have a black screen or a load screen for this amount of time. You have to have it cut down before then. But apparently, for some titles, they'll just go, okay, we'll let you do it.
Yeah.
So some amazing nominees here: Demio, Walkabout, Star Wars Tales from the Galaxy's Edge, Red Matter 2, amazing Just Quest ports that we saw this year. So who was the winner? Well, the winner is a game that completely transformed itself when it came to PSVR2, a game that was absolutely amazing on Quest and turned out to be even better on PSVR2, and that is Zombieland Headshot Fever Reloaded. So here's a game that completely overhauled its graphics and art style, but not only did it do that, but it brought in a slew of new levels and content, new upgradables. I think they may have even redone some of the audio in the game. I mean, just a complete overhaul of what was already a great game, Roots, but even better and one of the most addictive games uh, on the the early launch library of the PSVR2.
Yeah, they didn't have to do anything. This game was amazing to begin with, and I loved every minute of it on PSV or PC and Quest. But PSVR2 was the definitive way to play it. Not only because of the graphic change, but the haptics. I mean, everything. It this and the extra levels. I mean, this was definitely the best game, the best port in my opinion.
Uh, Brian, not very many surprises, I feel like, bigger to the PSVR community than this game. Most people looked at this game and they thought it was going to be average at best.
Yep.
You know, a very straightforward kind of rail shooter, but pretty much anyone who got in there and actually gave it a shot ended up playing it way more than they ever expected. And I imagine that was probably the case with you as well, right?
As with most games, it takes a little time for certain things to grow on me. And so my first experience with this, I was like, "Oh, what's everyone raving about?" I'd heard it was fun on Quest, and I checked it out. Just like a first impression thing for Gamescast, and it was okay. And then, and I finally gave it a little bit more time later on. I started getting into the rhythm, and wanted to improve my scores and replay and replay and replay and actually accomplish all the goals that each level laid out for you. And yeah, it's great, man. It's great. It definitely helps that I love rail shooters to begin with, but yeah, it's fun.
And it's not your typical rail shooter either, is it, Eric? I mean, the way that they go about scoring, the kind of gameplay loop that they've put together here is actually quite unique for this type of game, isn't it?
It is. It's really cool, and we would normally like a lot of times we would kill a game like this that's not free movement in some way. How many times have we killed games because they're node based or they're teleport? Not a lot of people like it, but it absolutely works perfectly here. And the gameplay it has the hook to bring you back. The scoring system is done perfectly. The shooting, when you do it and you get it right, it pings that tuning fork in you that just like you hit it right, it feels good and makes you want to come back and do it again. And I don't know how many times I've gone back because I missed one shot. You know what I mean? How many times have you replayed a level because you had that one shot that you missed? You're like, God damn it, I need to go back again. But it's not frustrating to the point where you just like, nope, I'm not going through that all again. You just and the levels are the time it takes you to get through them is quick enough so you don't feel like you're stuck in one level for a long, long period of time trying to get your best time. So you can kind of zip through them pretty fast. Um, it's everything's just done so well, but it's like it's intensified with the haptics, with the visuals and the headset, and then them giving you a whole entire B side and like the whole, extra levels. So I mean, they did it so right here. I have zero issue giving them the title here with this one.
Bryan, stringing together headshots, branching paths, you finding and shooting the weed and the bong. There's even flying dildos in this game. I mean, it's kind of a one of a kind, right?
What's not to love? Is that what you're trying to say?
Doesn't every game have
Exactly.
flying dildos? What? No.
I'm afraid not.
It's 2023. Of course they did.
Anyway, congratulations to XR Games on an amazing port and a job well done, an amazing game, and we look forward to what's next from them. So, just a Quest port award, best PSVR2 port of the year goes to Zombieland Headshot Fever Reloaded.
Next
Roots,
year. Next year it's Ancient
yeah,
Dungeon. I'm putting it in the books right now.
I'm gonna have to play it, man. So many people are raving about this game on PlayStation VR2.
Yeah.
Um,
Cannot
it's
stop.
Wow.
Cannot stop.
have you played Ancient Dungeon on any platform, Eric?
I think I've tried this on Quest. Which one's Ancient Dungeoning?
Sounds
Is it the
familiar.
is it the 8-bit one?
It's the
Yeah,
voxel.
kind of.
I played
Like,
this on
yeah.
Quest a long time ago. Yeah, I've played
Yeah.
this. It looks almost very like a Minecraft type kind of game with the
Yep.
graphics. I did play
That's
this.
the
This has been a Quest favorite for people for probably a long time. I didn't put a ton of time into it, but I can see why people like it so much. It has Bryan, I think you would absolutely love Dungeons of Eternity then if you're really getting an Ancient Dungeon.
I'm looking forward
Uh,
to it. Yeah, I think the
yeah.
developers have said it's coming to PSVR 2, so I'm just sort of patiently waiting to play the hopefully best Just a Quest port of next year.
Because it could very well be. I think they would
Yep.
be a strong contender if they do it right on that move over. And yeah, I think you'll love it. Like if you're falling in love with Ancient Dungeons, Dungeon of Eternity is like that, but like on crack. You know, and then you
Nice.
can do it with friends. So,
Love it. Sign me up.
Roots, you want to give away a game?
I
We
do.
haven't done that yet. Yeah, why don't we do that? Well, let's give away a good game. Let's give away a new release for PSVR 2 courtesy of our friends over at Monologic Games, we have some copies of Vin VR Adventure for PSVR2 to give away right now. North America or EU, it doesn't matter which platform you're playing on. We got you covered here. We're going to give away 3 copies in the chat right now. And in addition to that, 3 more copies going up for the second chance giveaway. So if you're watching this on replay, all you have to do is 2 things. 1, make sure you're subscribed. 2, make sure you leave a comment down below that says VinVR Adventure, and you will be entered into the second chance giveaway, which will take place roughly 2 weeks from the first airing of the 2023 show. And good luck to everyone out there. Anyway, for those of you who are watching live, answer this question. The first 3 people that answer this question correctly on my screen will win a copy of NVR Adventure on the platform of your choice. I'm sorry, not the platform of your choice, on PSVR2 region of your choice. And the question is this: Monologic Games obviously is the developer of VinVR Adventure. They have an upcoming title coming to all major VR platforms very soon. The first 3 people to name that title in the chat will win a copy of Vin VR Adventure. Bryan, thoughts on Vin VR?
Well, dear Monologic Games, if you happen to be watching, no, this is it's fine, right? Like I feel like Astrobot set such a high watermark for the third person platformer in VR so long ago, and nothing has yet lived up to that. That it's like we've sort
I'll
of like
agree with that.
the water level has sort of started settling back down, so the high watermark isn't as high as it used to be, and we're like, okay, well, what does the common man developer have for us these days? And that's what I feel like. I kind of feel like that's where Ven's at. Ven's is sort of like just this good ass third person platformer, and I think it's got some camera problems and stuff, but like it captures that vibe of I want to say like the PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2 era, where platformers kind of ruled supreme, and I have fun with it despite the a few qualms. I've got to get back in and actually finish the game, but it's above average, but just barely.
It's an underserved genre in VR, I feel like, and especially when you're talking about kind of that old school style of platformer that's just challenging and makes you play over and over and over again and kind of practice to make your way through the game. We don't have very many of these in VR, and I think that's why we appreciate Vin so much. Of course, it doesn't live up to the AAA King of the Hill, which is Astrobot. Nothing does. But Eric, I mean, this is a pretty good second place in my opinion.
Yeah, I love this game. This is a game that I've played on, for a long time now. I've over a year. I think it's great. I actually haven't had a chance to try it yet on PlayStation. Are the visuals like that much? Yeah, I mean, it's got to look better, I would assume, in
Oh,
the
it looks like PC. It looks like the PC
headset.
version.
Yeah, I mean, I love all versions of this game. I'm a big fan. I think, like I said, I think they had some limitations with us as a smaller team, but we just don't have enough platformers. We don't have any. You know what I mean, they're just not enough out there. So the ones we do get, like Lucky's Tale, we grabbed this one here. I mean, I, give me more. I want as many as you can give me because I love it, especially in virtual reality. So, and I like that they don't shy away from it being a hard game. We've talked about this for a long time too. It's a challenging game. I want those hard platformers where sometimes I have to go back and play a level 10 times to get through it. Like, I don't always want the easiest possible path. So yeah, Mount Watch is a good studio. I'm looking forward to this next game too.
Roots, as much as I like the challenge level of the Vin VR as it stands today, I still want the virtual strangers mode, right? Where we get the director's cut, so to speak, of the levels as they were before they released the game, right? The early levels were just ridiculously difficult, weren't they?
Yeah, now so I was wondering if maybe Brian might like it a little bit more. I feel like some of the changes they made to appease people kind of changed it a little bit. Not in a completely changed it, but I feel like I like the original version. I like the difficulty. And here's the thing, like there's different levels, of of these type of games. Like not every game can be Mario. There's a lot of different platformers. I think what Mash said is the biggest truth. Is it's a smaller team. Hopefully they make a sequel and it's even better. But to what Brian was saying, how good Astrobot is. Where the fuck is Astrobot 2? That's what I want. Like I want Astrobot 2 because the first one was so good, and I think the second one has to be being made, right?
Yeah, it absolutely is. It will be, in my opinion, it'll be a hybrid, right? It'll be playable flat and in VR, but I think the VR version is going to fully take advantage of, things like eye tracking and haptics and triggers in ways that we haven't even thought of yet. So, very much looking forward to that. Hoping it's a 2024 announcement at least, and that we see that very soon. But anyway, shout out to our friends at Monologic again for donating these keys to give away. You all are the best. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Congratulations to whoever it was in the chat who won those 3 copies. And again, if you didn't win, don't worry. All you got to do is subscribe and leave a comment down below that says VinVR Adventure, and you will be entered into the second chance giveaway 2 weeks from the day. So, congrats, winners, and good luck to everyone else. All right, so we're going to pick up the pace here a little bit. We discussed the Questport Award in some detail. We're going to name some nominees and winners off here really quickly, and then get on with the PSVR2 Game of the Year discussion. But before we do that, let's talk about the Good Vibes Award. It's the Good Vibes Award, Roots. It's for good vibes in the controllers. This is for
Oh.
best haptics and adaptive triggers. And no shortage of examples of games that really took advantage of those controllers on PSVR2 this year. Off the top of my head, Firewall Ultra, one of the few things that they did very well. We already talked about Star Wars Tales from the Galaxy's Edge as well. Another great use of haptics and adaptive triggers. But when we talk about nominees, um, Brian, I don't know if there are many games that use the triggers better than Runner. I just absolutely love the way that Runner used those triggers to make all the weapons feel very different.
Yeah, that's a tough call, man. There's so many different games, and obviously we've just been kind of blasting through them all year long. So, the Runner definitely excels at that. There's definitely no question about that. Um, so, re- I swear I was listening when you introduced this category. So the good vibes it's haptics and triggers combined. Is that
Haptics
the
and triggers. That's right. That's right.
yeah? Runner's a great category for that. Absolutely.
Eric, our next nominee after the fall.
Ooh.
Just yeah, I'm Brian, not a fan of After the
No, no,
Fall.
no. But the haptics are great. So I'll just
They
be
are
quiet.
good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, well, it's funny we talk about that. One of the strengths of the PSVR2 version of this game, Eric, is the haptics, or the haptics and triggers. I feel.
Yeah, I mean, I've played this game on every platform. I've got hundreds of hours in the PC version, like hundreds of hours in the PC version. I've got very few in the Quest version, and the only reason because of the issues that they have that I do have any time in the PlayStation version is because of the haptics. Because like if I can play it on PC, do I really need to run over and play it on PlayStation? But I do because it's one of those games where the haptics are there. So I think there's something to be said for haptics, and wanting to they affect the game more than you know. Like I will put up with other jank and other issues because of the haptics being so good. Like I've done it with games like Crossfire Sierra Squad. I've done it with other games where I've jumped from one platform to the other because I preferred the haptics or the visuals, in the other headsets. So yeah, I think for sure it's a big part of it.
And then Roots, we move on to Synapse or Synapse, as some people like to call it. Um, I mean, while maybe not overall the best use of haptics and triggers, it's very uh, effective the way that they do use it here, and I especially love the way that they use the triggers with regard to holding your enemies and holding the explosives and then detonating them midair. Very creative use of these controller features.
Yeah, very creative, and it feels good. Like not everything you do in VR or in games in general feel good, and they did such a good job of making it feel good, where you feel badass, and in such a way that um, I haven't seen any other games do before with those triggers, right? So
Yeah, can I add to this? Because
Yeah,
Synapse
go
did
for it.
something really strange, I think, but it was also really cool, like unexpected. Um, obviously you can pick up barrels and then crush them,
Yeah.
in midair, blow them up so you kill the enemies. But eventually you also gain the ability to catch your enemy's grenades in midair.
Mm.
And the way that they make those grenades feel so fragile and make you feel like a superhuman
Yeah.
is by making the adaptive triggers so light to touch. So if you pull it too hard, you're gonna crush that grenade. So you gotta be real careful when you catch those grenades in midair and just gently hold the trigger. It's not that you can tell the difference just by pulling the trigger, whether you're holding a grenade, holding a barrel, holding a person, and that's just something you can't convey in a review or on screen. Like you have to play the game to understand what we're talking about here. It's a great feeling.
Yeah, and then on top of that, even like out in in the overworld when you're going through your progression trees and you're popping those spheres
Yeah.
to unlock new abilities. I mean, even that feels great.
Yeah, that's a big
Um,
point that you made too, Brian. Like, there's so many things that are hard with virtual reality to like let people know like what virtual reality is all about. But I think the haptics is one of the hard. It's like really one of the hardest. Because how do you explain or how do you like? It's always tough with the visuals, right? Like they're like, wow, it looks the same, but flat doesn't look like VR. You have to put the VR headset on to really gain it. Like you can watch me play it like on a recording. It's not the same. But the haptics is the same thing. Like it's such a big part to the game. But if you can't convey it properly to somebody, how do you tell them that, a trigger pull can affect how way they play, or a rumble in the headset can be so powerful in a game or so immersive in a game, and it's just hard to explain.
Yep.
yeah,
Exactly.
and with regard to like the kind of effect it has on the overall immersiveness of the game, um, when done right, it's a total package, right? It's the visuals, the haptics in the headset and the controllers, it's the triggers. It's everything working together to really bring up that immersion level. And I feel that's where our next um, nominee really excels, Brian. Resident Evil Village, one of our favorite games, if not our favorite games, in VR on PSVR2. Just an exceptional um, implementation of haptics, especially with regard to how the weapons feel in this game. It's really really good.
Yeah, you would have thought that, obviously Capcom is under contract by Sony for this, right? Being paid a certain amount, get this thing out. They're not making money based on sales figures or anything, So there's a little bit of me that says, how much could they really care about the end product? How much could they really care about making this like, you know, going above and beyond, right? And so like opening a lock, like those rusty old locks when you slide the lock across and you lift it, you can feel the rust as you slide the lock. You can just feel how old that lock is in your hand. It's like that's above and beyond. But when you I think when you fire a shotgun for the first time, it's just the most incredible experience. And still one of the best feelings I've ever had firing a shotgun in VR ever, because
Yeah.
they combine the haptics and the sense controllers, the adaptive triggers, and just a little bit of headset rumble. Because that thing is gonna be loud, right? It's gonna be an explosion every time you pull the trigger, and they convey that. So, I mean, above and beyond is putting it mildly, I think.
I agree. And that shot, you're right, that shotgun was just a wow moment. And it's great that we live in a day and age where in box haptics can provide wow moments for you in VR. That's incredible. Um, Speaking of which, Roots, The Walking Dead Saints and Sinners Chapter 2 Retribution is a masterpiece of a game, specifically on PSVR2. And they do so many things right. And one of those things, certainly, the haptics and adaptive triggers across all of these makeshift weapons that the game allows you to make. There's quite a menu here for you to choose from, and pretty much all of it feels good.
Yeah. Yeah. So you know who loves it when everything feels good?
My
Gosh, she
mom!
hasn't came around the whole show or this whole segment. Yeah, no, the chainsaw specifically is phenomenal, but
Yeah.
the shotguns in that feel amazing as well. Yeah, I think Walking Dead Saints and Sinners is definitely a very good game for adaptive triggers and that stuff. Haptics.
But Eric, at the end of the day, out of all the nominees, there was really only one that gave us such a wide menu of weapons to choose from, all of them feeling pretty unique, was as unique as they could, with such a group. And that game is Crossfire Sierra Squad. Um, we were blown away from the moment that we even demoed this on the floor at GDC last year. And I remember specifically one of the things that we were just surprised with was some of these scoped weapons that you could shoot at the waist and you wouldn't feel any like headset vibration, but you pick it up, you aim down the sights or down the scope, and now you can feel this thing going off in your face. Just an unprecedented level of detail and attention to detail, and a great game, a good game on PC, a great game on PlayStation VR2.
Yeah, and this goes to show you how long it's been since we actually voted for this because I let the cat out of the bag in my previous statement and I forgot this was
Yeah.
the winner.
Right.
So yeah, it's been a little while since we voted for this one, but this goes to show you that I'm telling you this because this was one of the reasons that I go to this game. Like I like Crossfire Sierra Squad. I was a fan of this game. I'm not as much of a fan of it on other platforms because it doesn't have the same haptics. The haptics here, for me, a lot of times they make the game. A lot of this game for me is the way the guns feel and the way they shoot. The game itself is great. That I like it, but to me, it's like it's one of the best shooting games with all the guns. Like I can sit in that gun range for like hour just shooting the different guns and just continuing to shoot them. But what I like about that, could I do that on a flat game? No. Could I do it on a headset that doesn't have haptics? I could do it a little bit, but not as much. It's the haptics that win it for me. Like it brings me back to it every time. That first time that I jumped in there and I was shooting, shooting from the hip, and you're like, wow, these haptics are awesome in the controllers. And then you aim down sight and you shoot that gun for the first time, and you get the rumble in the head from the headset. It blew me away. Like it's amazing how much more immersive it is. And then they change depending on the weapon that you're using. So it's not even that they just give you the same rumble all the time. They change it depending on what you're using to get that intensity. So I don't know. The Crossfire Sierra Squad, it's a mixed bag of a game, but they nailed the haptics, and you can't. I don't think you can argue with that.
I think it's better than a mixed bag of a game. I think it's an exceptional game. Uh, Brian, a bit of a divisive game on launch. Kind of surprisingly, this was one of those cases where I felt like a lot of people played an hour of it and did a quote unquote review before really just taking in not only the wide variety and large amount of content that this game has to offer, but really taking time to appreciate things like the haptics and triggers. This is one of the better releases of the year for me.
Yeah, I mean, the evolution of the rail shooter is here.
Right.
This is the way,
Mhm.
to give you just enough freedom, and they give you all the things that were missing in previous rail shooters. Things like good number of bosses. Synapse certainly could have taken a page out of this game. You get the
Yeah.
bosses, you get the weapons, dude. Firing sniper rifles has never felt so good in VR, right? 'Cause you're looking down the sights and you just gently push that trigger just enough to go into slow motion bullet time and then pull off the shot that you were going for. That is fucking satisfying. So satisfying. And for somebody who grew up loving Time Crisis games, Time Crisis 2 and 3, with the old GunCon 2 on PS2, some of my favorite games. Love these experiences in the arcade, House of the Dead. This is what this feels like. This feels like a rail shooter that said, you know what? Don't worry about the rails. We're gonna let you go
Right.
off rails. It's just a fun arcade shooter, and I think taken as that, I think people have really like kind of like learned to appreciate it. Maybe people misjudged it at first. I think this
Yeah.
just not that kind of maybe the game that they were looking for specifically. I don't want to speak for any other person. I just know that the Without Parole crew fucking loved this thing, and
Yeah.
so we universally loved over on Without Parole, and it sounds like over here too.
Yeah, absolutely. Roots, I mean, we had a blast with this thing. And, speaking again of the impressive haptics, I mean, even when you're in that gun range and someone else like kind of lets off one of the explosives or the rocket launcher, I mean, that thing rattles your face pretty hard. It's very jarring, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I would say that the haptics and the adaptive triggers make it, especially the haptics, this game. I have a powerful PC and I've got a Quest Pro, and I like the visuals better on the PC. Actually, I don't know that it's too much
No,
different,
no, they're pretty similar.
but
Yeah,
the I'm always going to lean towards the pancake lenses, but this is a game's an
right.
exception because I went back when we went back into it in PC, I just felt hollow. After I played the PlayStation, the haptics were so good. I went to the other version, and what was good and doable before, I can't play it that way. And that tells you that the haptics are that good, in my opinion.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I said mixed bag earlier, and I should take that back because the only reason I would say mixed bag is because we went back to the PC version to play it, and we couldn't play it. It was broken. That was that because otherwise I've had nothing but great things. But that was the PlayStation version. I never had an issue on the PlayStation version where the PC version has had issues, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Right. Well, that was the only time I ever had any issues with it, is that last time that we tried to play it. But before that, when we went in and tried it with PC, I was actually quite pleasantly surprised with just how close it was to the PSVR version. Like even to the point where like I thought that the half trigger pull to steady the
Mm.
sniper scope, I thought that was like exclusive to the adaptive triggers on PSVR, and it absolutely isn't. I was able to do that on my Reverb G2, which doesn't have adaptive triggers, so go figure. But
Nice.
it absolutely worked. Um, anyway, if you're interested in checking this game out on PC, stay tuned. I hear we might have some copies of that to pass out a little bit later. But as for right now, a big congratulations to what is it, Smilegate,
Mhm.
for definitely releasing one of the most pleasant surprises of the year, and in terms of the PlayStation VR community, a big favorite
And
amongst.
continuing to
Yeah,
improve it.
yeah,
The amount
absolutely.
adding manual reloading just because people asked. Really? All
Mhm.
right,
Yeah.
cool. Awesome.
Yeah, and then I mean they rebalanced some of the levels. They made the realism mode available to everyone, like kind of right up front. They really did a great job of listening to what people wanted and sparing no time to get it implemented. So
Yeah,
yeah,
fast turnarounds.
kudos.
When you look at like we're still waiting for some green hell patches.
Right.
Months and
Yeah.
months later, how long it took Switchback to get patched up. Yeah, these guys turned around in just a few weeks, and we're like, how did you do that so fast? It's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty big team over there, from what I understand,
Yeah,
and
makes sense.
they certainly put it to use here. Anyway, we move on to the next category, best PSVR2 grade. So this category is dedicated to PSVR1 games that came to PSVR2. We're still waiting on a ton of them, by the way, but the ones that made their way over, really, we saw some pretty significant improvements in a lot of titles, and just really quick mentions of some of them. Of course, Moss Book 2 never looked so good as it did through the lenses and OLED screens of the PSVR 2. Games like Thumper, Tetris Effect, Res Infinite really made use of the haptics and OLED panels to deliver um, a fresh take on classic VR games. Games like Creed, Rise to Glory, Championship Edition, Budget Cuts, and Waltz of the Wizard all brought us new versions of the game with new content that was not playable on PSVR 1. So that certainly deserves some recognition. But Eric, as we let me start with Brian here because I know after the fall, our first nominee isn't your favorite game um, in the PSVR library, but I
Sure.
think that we can both agree that the PSVR 1 version of this game was pretty much broken and unplayable. Even after they patched it, it was pretty much a shit show. But it's gone from that to on PSVR 2 being the preferred way that I choose to play this game. I'd rather play it on PSVR 2 than even on PC, thanks to some of the haptics and other things that got added in. So a pretty good upgrade, I would say, over the original version.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to get into the whole discussion again, or even the PSVR one discussion. Although I will say, I feel like they got most of that stuff sorted out pretty quickly on PSVR one. Like I ended up getting quite a few hours in on PlayStation VR one and using the aim controller and even getting used to the move controllers after a while. Um, so yeah, but playing it on PSVR two, there's so many little things that you might not notice when you're playing. I mean, the haptics definitely feel great. The resolution overall just had got a complete overhaul, and I'm assuming it looks pretty similar to the PC version. But one of the things that really kind of bothered me, and who knows why certain things stick out to you and why certain other things don't, but one of the things that bothered me is that you have these swarms of snowbreed, and the ones that are kind of like in the back or just kind of middling around the middle, it looked like they were claymation and like they're moving around at like a different frame rate than the rest of them, right? It just looked like a fake horde of
Right.
snowbreed,
It's
right?
a mannequin. It's a mannequin.
Yeah, and so and that doesn't exist on PSVR two. So they're all moving fast and fluid, and it looks they're more intimidating that way.
Mhm.
When they don't look like a fake, like just kind of like animated GIF in the background. So they're way more intimidating when all of them look like they're ready to come and kill you. So just yeah, a lot of different details. And so I mean, if I was gonna fall in love with this game, it was gonna be on PSVR two. I didn't, but that's where it would have happened.
Eric, the PSVR 2 port of the game was just kind of what I needed to kind of have a fresh start with this game after the OP shotgun pretty much ruined the PC version for me. I had a chance to just start all over and start rebuilding my arsenal on uh, on PSVR 2, and that's not to even mention the new content that's been added to the game since February. Um, still a great game even today.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, like, I haven't been in there in a long time. I mean, I hope there's still people in there playing. I hope, you're seeing a lot of people in
Played it
lobbies still.
recently.
Yeah, did
I
you? And
mean,
there
for
was people in there playing? Oh, that's awesome.
relatively recently. When I say recently for me, meaning within the last 4 months, I did a couple runs in there.
Yeah. Yeah, this game's tough for me just to I mean, it's a great upgrade. I just didn't put a ton of time into the PlayStation version because I burnt myself out on it and, they didn't help themselves with me. I was upset for a lot of things. I think they broke their game on every platform in certain ways, and, they made it, unplayable, and, it took them a long, long time to fix things, and I just kind of fell out of love with it. Like, I think I pushed this game more than anybody and probably put more hours in than anybody, but, when I get upset with it and then I burn myself out with it and I couldn't get back to it for PlayStation, which is so I don't know, this turned into a bad thing for me, but I just got a bad taste in my mouth for what Vertigo did to this game because I loved it so much.
Yeah. Well, it's all good now, thankfully, and we're going to give all the credit to PSVR 2 for bringing the game back from the depths of hell.
Definitely.
Roots, as we move on to the next the next nominee, any surprise at all that we're talking about Vertical Robot again here and the original Red Matter, which was an exceptional game on PSVR 1. But when we talk about the free PSVR 2 upgrade, uh, we're talking about a lot of the things that we loved about Red Matter 2 getting kind of transposed on what was already a masterpiece of a game. Any surprise here that that Vertical Robot just knocking it out of the park as they always do?
No, that's not a surprise at all because they care. It's kind of like Brian was saying about Capcom and like certain studios, it's not just a game. Like it's their fucking life, it's their work, it's their studio. They take it seriously. They're going to make sure that everything that they do with their studio is going to be good. And then others do what they have to. And then they move on to the next project. And it's sad to say, but like I get so much respect for studios like this, or like Zach from fucking that, Vertigo, or what's it called? Not Vertigo.
Yeah, Vertigo 2.
Yeah, Vertigo
Vertigo 2.
2. Yeah, I'm getting. Yeah, dude. Every time something came with his game, he fucking had that shit fixed so quick on PC, PlayStation, VR2. He's one guy, so like, there's really no excuse except you just don't care, and Vertical Robot does, and so it's not a surprise to me at all. I expect everything. I'm starting to expect everything they do to be good, and that's what you want as a studio. When your name comes up, everybody thinks really good things. I got to get the next Vertical Robot game. I think it's good.
Absolutely. As we move on to the next nominee, Brian, if we're talking about great PSVR1 to PSVR2 upgrades, I mean, this is not a conversation that we could have without talking about Song and the Smoke Rekindled. I mean,
Uh,
a great game on PSVR1 becomes greater, even greater on PSVR2.
yep. One of the I think one of the few games I gave a 10 out of 10 to on PSVR one.
Yeah.
This is just one of those unbelievable experiences where it there's not really a lot of narrative there, and what is there is like really open to interpretation. And so, I found myself like living in these different areas of the game, and when I say living, I mean like they you decide where you want to set up camp, you decide what you want to build, you decide how long you want to stay there. Is it safe? Is it not safe? Should I run back to the last area where I feel more safe, where I've built a better area for myself, better something more substantial, something more comforting, where I don't think I'm going to get torn to shreds if I try to take a nap. Like I found a home in this game, and I felt like I was living there, and I felt like when I got out of there, it was my story. It wasn't some story that was told to me. Like, oh, do you remember that time that giant jungle cat was chasing me, and I was crafting arrows while I was running away from him and putting the arrowheads on, and then turning around and just shooting my one arrow, hoping that was going to kill him, and then being like, it didn't kill him. I have to craft more arrows while I'm running away. Like, I mean, just you can't throw that shit into a 2D cutscene, make the viewer watch it, and make them feel like they experienced it. But yet, this game offers you so many options, so many moments like that for your own story to be remembered, where it, it just felt so much more personal that way. And these guys came back. 17-bit came back again because of Sony funding the project. That's why this version is exclusive to PSVR 2.
Right.
And they added a jump button. It's like they didn't have to
Yes.
do that.
Nice.
They added a jump button. That's great in this game. And it just took this game that was practically perfect on PSVR 1 and made it, just solidified the fact that yes, this is a perfect game on PSVR 2.
Just absolutely beautiful. I mean, what was already a good looking game, delivering the best looking version with overhauled graphics, looks even better on PlayStation than it does on PC. And then Roots, what he said was true. They finally gave us a damn real jump button in this game.
I think every
I mean,
game
come on.
should have a jump button. Like,
Yep.
like every game I'm running around, I want to jump, and especially in something like this, I'm assuming there's places you want to get to that you can't get to. So yeah, I think that's good. Jump button's good.
Eric, as we move on to our next nominee, I mean, what is there to say about The Walking Dead Saints and Sinners that we haven't already said? They just announced that lifetime on this game, they've exceeded $100 million in revenue. Just the class of the VR library, even still in 2023, one of the most well-rounded VR games that we've ever seen, and certainly the definitive version of it, playable on PlayStation VR2.
Yeah, and a great upgrade, and extremely well done. And man, in this tumultuous time for VR studios to have a studio come out and have those type of numbers is a big deal. because a lot of people are scared right now. So when you have hope and you see somebody a game do well, you know what I mean, it gives other developers hope too. So they just did it right. There's so many. They grabbed an IP and they made the game right. Like how many studios out there grab IPs just because it's an IP and they look at Micro Machines. You know what I mean? They grab Micro Machines and they're like, hey, Micro Machines is a great IP. People are gonna love it, and they just puked out a garbage game that then they went out of business. You know what I mean? So yeah, it just goes to show you can't just have the IP. You have to make a great game behind it, and then they did. And then they took the PlayStation version that was originally out there that people have loved for so long, and then they moved it to the PlayStation VR2, and they made it even better.
Yeah, absolutely masterpiece of a game. But Brian, as we make our way around to the winner of the best PSVR2 Upgrade award, if you had told me, what, 6 months ago that we would be naming No Man's Sky as the winner of this award,
Yep.
I would have laughed in your face. But here we are. My issues with this game aside, there's no denying that the state of this game today is an absolute amazing transformation uh, compared to what it was before. I mean, just an absolute technical achievement what they've been able to do with this on PSVR2, and something that I think deserves to be recognized.
Yeah, I mean, on launch day, on PSVR2's launch day, two of the games I checked out that I wasn't thrilled with were No Man's Sky, and what was it, Zenith, The Last
Yeah.
City. I was like, "Oof, these just feel like the last gen version. Like they don't feel very good. They don't look very good. Like they've just been given no love whatsoever." And it definitely felt like No Man's Sky was rushed out, probably by Sony's request to just be like, "We need this game on our platform. We need everybody to know that it's here. Fix it later." And I don't know, man. It's like it's this open world, open galaxy, open universe game that with limitless possibilities. It's like what should we expect a game like that to look like in VR on PS5, on PSVR2? What should we expect? Like, how good could it possibly look? And I guess the answer is it's one of the best fucking looking games we have on the platform now. It's beautiful. Like even
It's
like barren
ridiculous.
planets are just like stunning. And then be able to jump in a ship and take off into space. Like just, I mean, no, even flat screen games aren't giving us that ability these days, right? So this game that came out 2016, I think, uh, it is still killing it all these years later and still blowing people away. I mean, this deserves every award that it gets.
Starfield,
yeah.
what everybody
That's
wants from Starfield that they
Yep.
can't do, this game delivers. And this game, Hello Games, man, I rave about them every time. Same thing I was saying about the other developers, man. They've proven to me that they are gonna finish what they start. Like even with the worst fucking release ever of any video game, like it was a meme. What are you gonna do with your
Yeah.
No Man's Sky refund, right? And they turned this game into the best version of this type of game that's ever existed. And now it's like, why can't I can't even run this game on my 4090? You know what I mean? Like, so the foveated rendering, that's another thing. Like they're using it. Like I just wish developers would use, like there's no reason why every game shouldn't look the best and play the best on the PlayStation VR2. There's no reason. Like everything's there. So
You know what I find amazing is that it was so bad when it launched that you guys didn't, Brian, you guys didn't have it on your top 25 list. Like it was kicked out of the top 20. I remember watching your list and I'm
Yeah.
like, because I hadn't played it yet. I remember watching you guys do the show and it wasn't there. You guys took it out of the list. And, I was like, oh my God, how bad can it be that they took it out of the list? So I guess I'd have to say, for you and Wes now, is it something that you think you'd put back on the list?
Listen,
Oh,
listen.
absolutely.
I
Yeah.
think I think the anytime No Man's Sky gets included on a list or not included on a list, that has way more to do with our other two co-hosts, right?
Yeah,
'Cause
for sure.
Miles and AJ are the No Man's Sky fans on the panel, and we are like we just kind of go along for the ride. We recognize how great it is for people who love the genre or love what this game is doing, and so I definitely go along for the ride and say it belongs on the list because I mean I generally trust my co-hosts, but I want to trust myself. I want to trust myself more, and I want to. And the last time I jumped into this just to see the graphical upgrade, I was blown away so much. I was like, I think I could get into this just because of how pretty it is now.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's crazy because like I wasn't the biggest fan of this game, and I'm still not. But so when this got announced for PSVR1, before it even came out, I went and I bought 2 physical copies of it because I had 2 PSVRs here. I thought we would play, you know, we would play multiplayer on it. So I went and got 2 of them. One of them is still in the cellophane to this day because I got in and I played it. I wasn't the biggest fan, and it didn't look the greatest. I mean, it was good enough on PSVR1, but it didn't look the greatest. I ended up um most of the time that I put into playing it, I played on PC, and it still didn't look great on PC. It would look good for a little while, but then a storm would come, or like a swarm of some kind of creature would come along, and it would slow down the frame rate and make everything look blurry. And the game was never great looking until PSVR2, until this most recent update, and now it's just like flawless. It's unbelievable the way it runs on PSVR2. Like Ruth said, he's got a 4090 and he still has trouble running it on PC.
Yeah.
But this console runs it just perfectly now and beautifully. So it really is yet another feather in the cap of Hello Games, and another deserving win um, to them from us. So congrats to Hello Games and a job well done.
Yep.
All right. So we move on to the granddaddy of them all, the PSVR2 Game of the Year 1 of PSVR2. And just an unbelievable year. And a lot of great games obviously came out for PSVR2 this year. We had some um, some great versions. The best version from other platforms, games like Hubris and Red Matter 2, stick out. Even The Walking Dead Saints and Sinners Chapter 2. These games were great on other platforms, were the best on PSVR2. We had cross-platform surprises like Ghost Signal, a Stellaris game, The Light Brigade, which I think was a surprise for most everyone on every platform. Just one of the best releases of the year. And then when you're talking about PSVR2 specifically, the Propagation Paradise Hotel, shortness aside, was an exceptional release that I don't think anybody expected to be quite that good. And then, we already talked about Crossfire Sierra Squad and just how great it was on PSVR2. But if we're talking about PSVR2 Game of the Year, obviously, when it comes to the nominees, the actual nominees, we need to talk about some of the exclusives, because that's what Sony's platforms have always been known for. That's where the real value in PSVR1 lied, and it's where the real value in PSVR2 lies. And with that said, Eric, we start with the Dark Pictures Switchback VR, a game with a rough launch, admittedly, but they bounced back in a big way with a big update that not only overhauled the graphics and fixed some of the problems that it had, but in addition to that, improved on things that weren't even broken. And even more importantly, and less heralded, uh, they updated the gameplay. They got rid of that annoying ass auto aim that
Mm.
was just built into the original version. They got rid of that, made the game more challenging. And then after all that was said and done and people were happy, um, they added in like a new game mode. Now you can go back and play the horde mode. And all indications are that um, we haven't seen the last in terms of content additions to this game. But even as it stands today, I feel like it deserves to be on this list. And for what it's worth, after that last update, we put a poll forth to our community and asked them, does this game deserve to be considered for PSVR2 Game of the Year now, and it was like a 80%. Yes, people said absolutely this game should be nominated, and here we are in January talking about it.
Yeah, I love this game. I mean, I wasn't as critical of it even when it launched as most people were. I mean, there was some issues like auto aim. I had a little bit of an issue with some of the visuals. I didn't think it was that bad. Like I thought it was, there was definitely some noticeable stuff, but I wasn't as critical. I thought the gameplay was great. I'm gonna say an unpopular thing. Probably, I like this version better than the PlayStation. What was that? I can't even remember the PlayStation One game now. What was the name
Rush
of
of
Oh,
it?
Blood.
come on now, son. Come
Rush
on.
of Blood.
You can't
Sorry,
remember Rush of Blood?
it's 2:17 in the morning. Um,
Okay, I got you.
yeah. So
Wait, this
unpopular opinion
this
for
is
me.
the problem we have with his unpopular. Remember the name of the game?
I know, right?
Not that he's acting insane right now.
I know. I'm just saying, I like this game better. It was maybe because it's newer, it's fresher in my mind.
I think that's what it is. I
The
think if
last
you
time the last couple times I went back into Rush of Blood, I had that breaking issue where it would just kick me back to the lobby every like 5 minutes and I have to re-go back in. I don't know. It just to me, I like this game better. I understand why people like Rush of Blood better, but for me, it was a better game. And the gameplay, especially when they fixed some of the things that they had to fix. So yeah, I mean, I think this game absolutely deserves to be on the list. I had a ton of fun in this game. I continue to have a ton of fun in this game. Yeah, I love it.
Brian, I know that you do prefer Rush of Blood over this game quite a bit, but I do think it's safe to say that this game, as one of a handful of exclusives on PSVR2, this game is one of the reasons for people to buy a PSVR2. Um, and um, nostalgia for Rush of Blood aside, I think that a lot of people remember Rush of Blood through rose-colored memories, so to speak, and really don't give this game its just due because, to be honest, we set an impossible standard to meet for this game before it even launched, and I think it was a pretty tough task for them to meet people's expectations on it.
Yeah, I mean it's tough because I mean, Rush of Blood launched at $20. This launched at $40. We're like, oh, is it going to be like twice the game? And it wasn't. As much as I love my rail shooters, I do. It's again, we already had this conversation tonight. Uh, what I loved most about Rush of Blood wasn't that it was a rail shooter. It was just a really good horror game as well, right? So like
Yeah.
they set up these tense moments. They sent a lot of enemies at you, and they did not hesitate to throw a couple well-deserved jump scares and a few less than deserved jump scares your way, just to make sure you were on your toes. And I love that. Like before Rush of Blood came out, I was like, "Oh, this is just going to be kind of like a throwaway spin-off VR thing for Until Dawn." Little did I know I was going to like it way more than I liked Until Dawn.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So yeah, you're right. Impossible standard to meet because Switchback just wasn't terribly scary, and it didn't, and I don't think it had quite the intensity at any point that that Rush of Blood did. But once they added everything that they added, once they improved, I mean haptics, visuals, added the new game mode. I mean the don't blink sections alone, that didn't make any sense in the original one. That was just like a hey, look at this cool trick we have with eye tracking. Check this out. Look what we can do with it. But it wasn't. It added nothing to the game, and it forced you to sit there until
Yeah.
you blinked. I was like,
Yeah,
this is
made
just
you had to
weird.
blink. Don't
Yeah,
blink.
but
Just
but
sit
now
there
it but
forever.
now it all makes sense in the horde mode. Like they added it in,
Yeah.
and so you're trying to keep your eyes open until you've taken care of the other enemies. Then you can blink. Okay, now take care of those guys. Right? Like there's a strategy involved in it. It just makes more sense now. It's like, well, why the fuck
Yeah.
wasn't this here from the beginning? So
Yeah.
I'm glad that they found a use for that, and it feels like more of a complete and more polished game now.
Roots, as we move on to the next nominee, when you're talking about reasons to own a PSVR 2, I don't think that's a conversation that we can have without talking about Synapse. Um, we've already talked about this game quite a bit earlier in one of the other categories, but I think it's safe to say um, that this game, I mean, it would be a front runner to win this category. if it were a bit more in terms of scope and size,
Mm.
right? This game did things that we've never seen done in a game before, and it did it masterfully. The only problems this game had were with variety and just the sheer scope of the game and amount of gameplay in it. But in terms of the time that you spend in Synapse, it's just a transformative experience that really I'll never forget.
Yeah, yeah, it's one of a kind. And I think length, I think scope. I think if they would have had like a really cool story that drug you through it as well. They could
Yeah.
have. I just feel like yeah, I mean, obviously, this is the game that they meant out to make. It is what it is, and it's amazing. But hopefully, their next game is like this game and a couple of other games put into one, and like a full. I feel like this is one section of a game, and it's an amazing section. But like with everything else, if you just add an amazing story and then, like you said, make it a little bit like broader, and it could be super cool. But yeah, it's amazing.
It's funny, Eric, we were saying similar things about Synapse last year, or not Synapse, but Fract
Mm.
Yeah.
last year. Like maybe next time they'll give us that game that really is the full package. And we specifically criticized Fract for the amount of time that it took to complete the campaign. So what did they do? They came back at us with this kind of roguelite thing that you have to play through 3 times, which increased the gameplay time and just made us eat our words basically,
Yeah.
and come to realize that it isn't so much about the length as the actual scope of the game. And I think that we need to be a little bit more careful with our criticism this
Clarify.
time, so that hopefully next time they give us the full experience that we want. But again, what this game does deliver on is so exceptional that I do absolutely believe that it deserves to be in this conversation.
Yeah, it's super funny because I mean, Fract was one of my favorite games, and I probably would have been way more apt to vote for it for Game of the Year, which I think it was a definitely consideration, even at the shortness of it. But that was what held it back, and that was one of the things we gigged it on was it was basically 3 hours long, or maybe a little bit longer, but not much. But and that's the problem here too. Like I don't know, they do so many things right here that I don't know if it was 2 hours longer and had maybe another boss battle, or had a little bit more fleshed out story. Could it have been more compelling? Could it have been Game of the Year? So like they always seem like they're just so close. Like there's so many different new things here, innovative things. Use of eye tracking probably better than almost any other game I've seen on the system. We talked about the adaptive triggers in this game and how it makes you feel, and then the visuals and how they did the black and white to the color sequences absolutely looks stunning with this game. So I don't know, a couple small things, and I think we probably could have had a harder discussion when we voted for Game of the Year, and maybe this would have it was definitely up for discussion, but I think it would have been even closer if they had those couple of small things.
It's kind of crazy, Brian, when we talk about In Dreams. I think it's pretty evident that when we talk about this studio, we're talking about a studio that is among the very best that VR has to offer. They continue to top themselves game to game, generation to generation. They continue to do things that haven't been done before. It's just kind of crazy that they still haven't delivered that all amazing, um, start to finish adventure game that everybody wants from them. With that said, though, I mean, this still is a must play in VR, I think.
Yeah, it's a must play. Uh, while you guys were all talking about its highs and its lows, all I could think of was like how, and not to keep bringing up Ancient Dungeon, was that Eric Thulin, who made Ancient Dungeon, wanted to make a really good roguelite. Like that was his intention when he put together Ancient Dungeon. And I am 20 plus hours into that game, and I still feel like I'm just scratching the surface. Every time I turn around, there's something else I hadn't seen before, something else I hadn't discovered, some other kind of like random natured thing in the game, the kind of the core tenets of roguelites. and it just makes you go, Jesus, like how much more does this game is it going to keep rewarding me? How much longer can I play it? And according to other people I've talked to, easily another 50, 60 hours.
Wow.
Synapse feels like a game that they turned into a roguelite because they were like, well, we were coming up on our release date here, guys. Like, we don't have a full game, so like just make them, let's randomize a couple things and give them a skill tree and I don't know, make them play it 3 times. Okay, cool. Like it feels like they sort of came at it backwards. Like they kind of fell back on the roguelite genre because they didn't have enough of a game by the time whatever deal they had with Sony was to a close. Like, oh, here's our release date. We got to put something together, and and which explains why we got one boss fight that was like sort of just like a regular enemy that they hadn't introduced yet, and
Yeah,
there's no
right.
big boss fight at the end of it, and there's no like grand finale for beating it 3 times. It's just it's so easy to focus on the little things that it doesn't do well, and then you get lost and go, shit, but it does so much well. It's so much. My best friend, who's been, who's really gotten into VR in the last year or so, he calls this his favorite VR game. Like he's played Resident Evil Village, he's played RE4, he's played Gran Turismo. This is his favorite one. So there's a lot of good stuff going on here, and I think to answer your actual question, Wes, which I haven't done yet, let's hope that this is what Studio Elevation is going to bring to us, and Dream's AAA studio.
Well, they just got acquired by a larger corporation. Hopefully, that influx of new funding turns the whole of this company into elevation, right? And we just
Yep.
really start, because Synapse is really kind of like the beta demo of the best game ever that we haven't seen yet, right? It's
Yep.
like it just shows the potential of what the studio can do, and they're doing things that no one else has done. So that's pretty incredible. I think they had one of the best last couple of years of any studio in VR, and I really hope that that this acquisition that we just recently saw doesn't derail that at all, but only helps propel them to new heights.
Yep. Agreed.
Move on to our next nominee and our next exclusive, Sony's um, flagship title for PSVR2, flagship launch title, Horizon Call of the Mountain. Eric, I feel like this is one of those games that everybody loved until they stopped playing it, and then everyone forgot just how good it is. The last couple of levels of this game is some of the most fun I've had in VR. Um, and faults aside, it is not perfect game, but it is a tremendous showcase for this hardware, and again, a deserving nominee for Game of the Year.
I agree 100%. I love this game. I really do. I mean, to me, it just falls short, but it only falls short because some of the amazing games that we've already had, like literally in another year, this could be game of the year for me. I know some people think it's a climbing sim, or there's just not enough gameplay, or it feels too scripted. I don't know. I just felt a sense of adventure in here, and the visuals to me wow me to the point where I'm like, this feels grand. Like, I don't know. When you get into a game, that word, the terminology, like being in the middle of it and having that grand feeling, the size of some of the enemies that you battle, the scope of you looking out over the cliffs, climbing up on some of these heights and just taking a moment to turn around and look at where you are, it gives me that sense of grand feeling of holy crap. And then, the story is a good story for me. I enjoy it. It pulls me through. There's enough here to keep me going. Um, I don't know. I just really like it. Like I know this has its limitations. I'm not saying it's the perfect game. It was just such an enjoyable trip for me that uh, it's something I like doing every once in a while, just back in and playing again. And some of the issues that people had with some of the visuals in it, I didn't have. Like I don't see some of that, the aberration that a lot of people see. I don't have a lot of those issues, and maybe it's just I'm not so susceptible to them. So that didn't spoil my time with the game. So it was very hard for me to not vote for this for game of the year. Really was. I mean, It just happened to be that there was so many good titles, but I really like this one a lot.
Roots, after you play a game like this, it just makes the idea of playing a game like The Climb ridiculous, doesn't it? Like the climb is just the climbing and the beautiful vistas, but this game has even more beautiful vistas than what The Climb has to offer. And then it has the story and it has the combat and it has um you know what this game has a lot of? It has a lot of wow moments. Like in these battles, as you make your way through the levels, there are a lot of like wow moments. Some of them come from cinematic sequences, others just from the battle themselves. But there are some just monolithic enemies in this and epic. I don't even know if you'd call them boss fights or just, uh, fight sequences, but a lot of memorable moments as you make your way through Horizon Call of the Mountain.
Yeah, it's kind of like living through a movie in a sense. Like I don't think the game's designed to be like the old hardest game ever. It's designed for most people to be able to make it through, and that's a completely different scenario. I think it is. I think it's really good. It's not my favorite game of the year, but I definitely enjoyed my time in there. I was just thinking of something. I just totally spaced what I was gonna say on that, but yeah, no, it's a good game. Yeah.
Absolutely. Brian, I often wonder where this game would. I mean, here we are, and it's coming out to be top three, top four on our list of Game of the Year nominees as it is. It makes me wonder where this game would have ended up if there were no reprojection artifacts, if there wasn't quite so much climbing in the game, and if the action sequences weren't on a rail and just were completely free, um, where could this game have ended up? Because it really does a lot right, even as it is.
I mean, I think this easily could have been, uh, its own little side story, side whatever of Horizon. It could have been like, oh, these are the VR Horizon games. It could have been the start of its own series, I think, and
Hmm.
it still very well could be, right? Because it's doing something different. It's not giving you this open world. It's delivering. It's delivering the Horizon world to you in a different way that's suitable, like really suitable for VR, veterans and noobs. So I, I hope this is just the start because all the things you said aren't major. They're not game breaking. It's like, yeah, I would love if I could just shoot some enemies on my way up the side of the mountain without it being this thing. Oh, now I'm in shooting enemy mode, right? If I could
Right.
just do something a little bit more casual, um, and that's there. I think it feels accidental when you can engage in sometimes and they don't put you into that mode. And I'm like, this is how it's supposed to feel. Um, and so, yeah, I mean, reprojection is reprojection. I think that's gonna be a thing that takes care of itself eventually, or that Sony's gonna take care of eventually. But yeah, I mean, for me, it was the climbing, and not because I'm like, oh, my arms are tired, I'm sick of climbing. It's because I'm terrified of fucking heights, dude. And like, and so every 5 minutes, I am like Jesus, are we really fucking doing this again? Like looking down, I'm like, if I fall, it's like 500 feet into spikes, and like just keep going, keep going, and like it's so like my whole body was shaking sometimes. I was like, why am I up so goddamn high? Why do I have to climb everywhere? And so like it was less about me being, why am I playing a climbing game? Yelling at the developers, being like, "Why are you putting me through this again?" And so, like, which is for somebody who loves horror games, you think I'd enjoy that a little bit more. Um, so, yeah, man. I mean, for what I think they're completely on the right track. I think climbing is great in VR. I think there's just too much of it here, especially since like there'd be points where like I'd be like climbing for 5 minutes and then finally get to a ledge and go, well, thank God that's over. Then 2 seconds later, it's like, oh, fucking to get to the next area, I got to climb again. It's like we just need a few more breaks. And honestly, I don't know. I don't think this is the place for our hopes and dreams and speculation on certain titles, but I'm going to throw it out there anyway. The way the game's kind of divided up into segments where you're constantly returning back to kind of the home base. Um, couldn't they insert some levels without so much climbing, like as DLC? Like just kind of throw them in there. Be like, here's what you didn't experience. This is chapter 6.5. There's no climbing.
Right,
You
the
know?
road between mountains, right? Like
Yeah.
it's not like you just go from mountain to mountain. There are valleys too, you know.
It did
Right.
seem like it was a climbing game. And that's what I was gonna say, that I'd forgotten. It's ironic that, like you mentioned, the climb. Like I believe that this climbing, they're better. There's better climbing in this game than the game that's named after the climb. Like, you know what I mean? That the climbing is really good, so much that I raved about it when it came out, because that was the one thing I was worried I was gonna hate. That I loved the climbing in this. Obviously, if I didn't like heights, I wouldn't probably hate it. And I think it's ironic that, like you said, it just as soon as you finish, it's like that's exactly how it is. It's starting again. So yeah, there's probably a little too much climbing in it.
You know, I can sit here and criticize it for having too much climbing in it all day because there is a lot. But the fact of the matter is that every map, once you get to the end of it and you've climbed to the point where the story terminates for that level, you have the option of either going back to your base camp and continuing on the story, or continuing the climb and summit the whatever peak it is that you're on. And every time I had the option, I went all the way to the top. So take that for what you will. But we move on to our final two nominees, and I think everyone at this point knows what those two are. The voting was neck and neck for the longest time in our community on these two, and only at the end did one start to pull away. Um, but let's talk about our next nominee here. We've already talked about it at length. Gran Turismo 7, the real driving simulator. Um, I guess I'll start with you, Brian. Like, um, this was one of those wow moments, one of those revelations for us during the launch of PSVR2. I mean, we expected it to be great. We had no idea just how incredible this experience was going to be. And you know, it's almost too much, right? It's almost too much greatness for any one person. Like it's almost like No Man's Sky in that way for me, that it intimidates me and keeps me from playing it just because there's so much awesomeness here that I know I could get lost in this for 6 months if I let myself.
Yeah, I hate driving sims. Like I'm just gonna come right out and say that. Like you put Burnout in VR, you put Need for Speed in VR, you put Ridge Racer in VR, and you've got me. I'm ready. Let's do this.
Outrun.
Galaxy Kart, Outrun. Thank you.
Ooh, I love
Yes.
Outrun.
So I was like, really looking forward to this, and really kind of not at the same time, because I was like, man, it's like this. I've played Gran Turismo games over the year. I played Gran Turismo 1 on PlayStation 1, 3 on PlayStation 2. But it's more like dabbling. I'd play for a few hours, lose interest, try to go back a couple months later, lose interest. And so I was like, I'm just setting myself up for failure here. And then I got my PSVR2 in the mail. I got, my Sense controllers needed to charge, and my racing rig was already set up. And I was like, well, I'm going to stream. This is launch day. I guess I'm gonna stream Gran Turismo first. Which seemed like a strange move, but I actually think it was the perfect move accidentally, because you get in there and you see the world map, 2D cutscene, not 2D cutscene, just like kind of in cinema mode floating up there. You're going through the menus, even the opening cutscene, all that stuff, just 2D. Even when it throws you into the race, starts off the first few seconds, 2D cinema mode, and then it kicks into first person 3D VR. And that was the first time I really experienced PSVR 2. And it's like it hit me in the fucking face. Like I was just like, holy shit. Like, I mean, I'm on stream, unable to process words. All I can say for like a minute is, yeah, like here I am in the rig, and it looks so real all around me. Like everything's vibrating properly, everything looks beautiful, photorealistic, moving. Dude, it's just like it might be the perfect launch title for PSVR 2. It's
Yeah.
incredible
And it's
experience. And I
creative.
rolled credits. which is something I've never done on a Gran Turismo game.
It's incredible when you consider just how honestly underwhelmed everyone was at the announcement of the game. Like we were hoping for some new title that we weren't expecting to get announced, and everyone kind of already knew that Gran Turismo would end up coming. So uh, people really weren't all that excited when it got announced. But to go from that to the launch, to see how well it was received, and ultimately at the end of the year, all of this support that it got for being Game of the Year is really an incredible story and a testament to just how incredible this game is. Roots, what Bryan said is absolutely true. This game hits you with an intro sequence that's like 5 minutes long of like music video and
Montage, right? Montage
yeah,
of history,
yeah.
dude.
Yeah, and then it puts you into the game and it's still 2D. And at this point you start to get worried, right? Like, oh my God, this might not be good at all. Because let's be honest, like the flat version of the game didn't get rave reviews. People were upset with it for different reasons. Um, but then there's that moment, right, where it goes from 2D and then all of a sudden you're in the car and it's 3D. And have we ever experienced a more photorealistic experience in VR than that moment right there and then when you're in this car and it just looks, I mean, it looks real
Yeah, those
and it
cars are
feels
amazing.
real.
I can't
Yeah.
believe how amazing and photorealistic everything looks, and I think it's an experience. I think everybody should probably try it, even if you're like not thrilled with racing games or I guess these type of games, Sims, because I'm not much of a sim person either. But I found just the way that because I didn't know what the fuck I was doing for a long time. I had to ask people. I like it's so confusing. Like what still don't even know what the cafe like. So I would have never guessed how to do it, but there's so much to it, right? To unlocking and really get you hooked to where you want to get the next. I want to get the next license. I want to get to the next thing. I want to go to Japan. I want to get Japanese cars, and now I got to upgrade my cars, and it's got what every game needs to have. It's got things that hook you back in, that loop, that gameplay loop. It's amazing. I love it.
Yeah, absolutely. Eric, it's interesting, right? Like, so this simulator comes out and we're all just kind of blown away by it. And nobody knows what to play first because they dropped like 60 games all within the first couple of weeks. Many of them amazing titles. But there was a period there where this is all people wanted to play. What was Gran Turismo 7, and it's gotten even better since then. They've added content into it, and this is something that it's been a constant. Like when I have people over and they want to see, what the future of VR is. This is one of those go-tos that I put people in. I have my wheel in my living room. It's not in my room anymore. I keep it in my living room now so that I can have guests and put them into it. Um, just an incredible feat of engineering. I mean, just though it isn't just that it looks real, it feels real to drive it too.
Yeah, and it's like the whole package. I mean, this was such a hard deliberation. I mean, the game that actually won is completely deserving, but like this was mine. This was my pick. Like I fought for this game hard because I think it deserved it. And like everybody said, yes, they both deserve it, and we have to pick a winner. But this was the one I wanted to fight for the most because this was one of those games that gave me that oh shit moment. Like like Brian's talking about. Like I get and it's like every time I get back in there, I get the oh shit moment again. Like if I don't go back to it for 2 weeks and I get back into it, I get the same freaking feeling every time. Or when I go to a different car. Have you guys tried go-karts?
Mhm.
I've
Go-karts are amazing in this. It's so silly, but like all of a sudden I'm like in a normal car. Been driving a normal car and somebody's like, "Hey, let's go and we'll do a multiplayer race. Let's just do go-karts." And I'm like, "What? Go-karts? You can do go-karts?" I'm like, "Okay." So I jump in. I'm in this little F1 go-kart And it's like a
Mhm.
whole new experience because you're so much closer to the road, so you get a whole different perspective. It's like you're driving completely different. If you haven't driven this game in go-karts, you need to go do it because it's so much cooler, I even think, than the regular way you race. But the different tracks that you can do, the different ways you have to race, it, everything feels right. I don't know. Like this is what I want every game to be. Like I want to have this feeling every time I jump into a game. But they just did it right. Like, so that's why I was like, I have to vote for this one for game of the year. But damn, how do you vote for that? How do you not vote for the other one too? So this was tough. I think we probably maybe took the longest time on this one to figure this out.
Yeah, we absolutely could have done a draw on this and named 2 winners. Um, but at the end of the day, I think kind of the deciding factor was that this is the game of the year, and we have what is essentially a simulator, which, no, I'm not saying it's not a game, but I mean, there's a lot of this that doesn't quite have the same kind of appeal to the masses that a classic video game has, and that's what our winner, Resident Evil Village, kind of has that Gran Turismo doesn't. I mean, this is a classic video game from a classic franchise. Um, we're talking about the evolution of the story from what was essentially last generation's best game, or arguably last generation's best game. Only now, we have the evolution of that story in a next gen headset with full 6 degrees of freedom. Um, complete. Well, I'm not going to say it's completely VR AF because there are still some button push mechanics here, but beautiful visuals, completely immersive as every Resident Evil game has been before it. And then we've already talked about the weapons and how they feel. Um, this is just a instant classic game. And while Gran Turismo, Brian, was a worthy adversary, I think it's safe to say that this was probably the best game that I played this year. Like my favorite experience that I had in VR this year, especially on PSVR2. There's no question. Resident Evil Village was it.
I voted against my party. I have to be honest. My party, of course, being the horror party. I voted for
Right.
Gran Turismo, and it's
Wow.
because of the support that I got, because of the DLC, because of it has full trophy support, because it's the flat screen game in
Yeah.
VR. And
Yeah.
so let's get this out of the way real fast, Wes.
Okay.
This doesn't include the DLC like Resident Evil 7 did. Right,
That's
most
true.
of Resident Evil 7's DLC was playable in VR. This doesn't have that. This is the campaign. So they threw a few extra goats in to make up for the lack of mercenary modes, for you to shoot a few extra goats and unlock a few extra weapons. No trophy support, which I'm very bummed out about. So I think that's what swayed me here.
I
However,
see.
an amazing, amazing game. Um, and every time I go into this game, going back to the oh shit moments that we've all been talking about, um, every time I go back into this game, I go, Jesus, this game looked better than it used to. Constantly. And other
Yeah.
people say that too. Other people are like, I must have gotten a graphics upgrade. No, it's like you just forgot how good it looks because you were focused on maybe some aliasing or reprojection or this or that or whatever. Right. But when you go back in without that mindset, you go, Jesus, how does this look so good? I think it looks better than RE4. I just think this game looks beautiful in VR. And I mean, and I don't want to go over the same things we've already talked about. So let me just say that the boss fights in this game alone are worth playing the game
Yeah.
for. Some of the most
Absolutely.
epic boss fights I've ever experienced in any video game, never mind VR. But in VR, Capcom is one of those studios that's not really afraid to take you in VR, like by the neck, and throw you up in the air and go, how'd you like that? You know? It's like, cool. Like so many other studios would be like, make that a 2D cutscene because they're scared to make you sick. But like for people like us who like really want to experience every single moment in VR, not feel ripped out of the experience, they deliver that time and time and time again. And just, and I think that's something that they did with Village, obviously because it's a first person game, infinitely better than even RE4, which we'll talk about next year.
Yeah, absolutely. just visceral wow moment after wow moment in this game, Roots. Even before you even get to the boss fights, which the first real boss fight was incredible and might still be my favorite one that I experienced. But even before you get to that, when you're in that first like real
Gauntlet.
scene where you're being seized on by the by the lichens and that massive like I don't know, the leader of them ends up running you down and standing over you, and it's enough to make you shit your pants and make D start crying and nope out. Like it's incredible, isn't it?
It's crazy. It's so much so fast, and I've never been so crazily scared. But what really stands out in that whole entry thing is watching Wes stream it. Cause like I'm running. I'm fucking like I gotta get where am I going? I'm like literally freaking out. I need to get the fuck out of here. Wes is like, I'm gonna kill every motherfucker in there. And he's like I mean, it was like he was and I'm like, dude, run. You're like, oh, you're supposed to run. Like you're supposed to run. And he's like, why is this not, it's because he just wants to kill everything. And I just thought that was an awesome moment. But I think this game for me is probably my favorite game for sure in VR, probably on this platform because I've like I don't like puzzle games. I love horror games that are done well, but I'm not a big puzzle game. But I love puzzles that make sense, and I feel like all the puzzles in this game were done very well. They might not be the most challenging puzzles, but I don't want them to be. And I thought the UI was one of the best UIs I've seen. Like the menu was so good, like that it just needs to flow, and it does. I think this game is awesome.
And Eric, just like any other um, Resident Evil game before it, and I'm sure coming in the future, um just like 5 games in one, like every time that you feel like you're getting close to wrapping it up, not only are you not close, but like there are full levels ahead for you to unravel, and just diversity one level to the next to the next to the next, not only in diversity in environments, but diversity in the enemies that you're facing. um the aesthetic, everything just changes so much, and it's all fucking terrifying. Like think about the doll level in this where you're going to that house full of those possessed dolls, and just how fucking crazy and creepy that shit was. And I mean I mean, you've got lichens, you've got vampires, you've got all sorts of things. You have that creepy old woman, like just an incredible and horrific adventure in VR, and a game that, unlike any other, displays the potential and the power of VR to affect the user in a way that just can't be done through a flat screen and a controller.
Yeah, this game's amazing. It's just the full length of it too. Like this is like the full. It feels like a full blown out AAA game, and like we talked about Synapse, and now it's a short. I mean, this is a full blown. This is this is everything that we want in a virtual reality game, and everything is here. Like we get the full immersion, we get everything in virtual reality, plus we actually get the AAA flat game that everybody else got, and it's all like to me. There's so much going on in the beginning, but it really doesn't even get going till you get to the castle, and then it
Right.
gets freaking it gets even like crazier. And so you're like, this is one of those games where by the time you're done playing, you're like, I'm exhausted. I'm just exhausted because I'm tense the whole time I'm shooting, and like even Resident Evil 7, which I think is like a freaking masterpiece. I think this is has the better balance just for me personally because I like the action more too. So I think this has a really good mix of tense situations and maybe not the scares of Resident Evil 7, but it still has a great horror effect to it. But then the action is there, like the gunplay is fantastic. And I love RE4. It's probably one of my all-time favorite games. I think I've told everybody this. I've played it on every platform. Um, but one of the biggest difference to me between RE4 VR, the VR version in this game, how come I can't reach into my coat and grab stuff in RE4 that I can do in Resident Evil Village? Like I kept trying to do that in RE4. I'm like, why am I doing something wrong here? Why would they kill that mechanic? That was such a good mechanic that gave it that VR feel. Like I can grab my flashlight out of my coat, or I can get something my my heal my first aid spray. I can pull it off from out of my coat. Here I have to go into my menu and get it, which I don't like. You know what I mean? So this is things here that even in which I think is an amazing game is RE4. I think RE8 does differently and maybe a little bit more immersive. So just a great game. I
Yeah.
can't wait for whatever they do next. I just can't wait.
Brian, I really want the next one to be Resident Evil 7 remake. I know it's not ever going to happen,
Right.
but I would love that. Like to get a full 6-stop version that's completely made over with modern like super high resolution graphics. I think that would be incredible.
Yep. Absolutely. I mean, obviously, seven won me over because of the horror element alone. It's a, you know, I feel like Resident Evil games stopped being scary a long time ago, and then 7 in VR, of course, was terrifying. Um, I will say, I'm really, really glad you brought up the coat mechanic, Eric, because uh, it's just it feels so good. Just feels so good. Like, oh yeah,
Yep.
why? Yeah, you're grabbing our flashlight off our head and what? Why? What's it
Such a
doing
weird
up there? Like, yeah. So, yeah, just being opened up and feeling like, hey, this not only are we playing in first person, but also this is my jacket, and you can reach in and grab shit. Just, yeah. Again, we talked about this earlier in the show, but next level, Capcom going above and beyond, and it's like one of those things I don't think was necessary, but the fact that it's there just adds so much to the immersion. So really, really hoping that RE9 is a first person game, and I hope that it launches with PSVR2 support, and I hope that we see all of these things carry over because it worked so well.
Yeah, can't wait to see what 2024 has in store for PlayStation VR2. But regardless of what that may be, there is no question that the 10 months that we saw from February 23rd on through the end of the year, some of the best VR that we've ever seen and the best short period of VR that we've ever seen since we started covering this 5 years ago. So the very best of a great library, Resident Evil Village with Gran Turismo 7 just a hair behind, but yeah, Resident Evil 7 Village, or sorry, Resident Evil 8 Village, our PSVR 2 game of the year. And obviously, uh, Capcom isn't donating any copies for us to give away. So we're going to do something a little different here and something that we typically do, something I think we did last year. And we're going to give away some PSN credit. We're going to give away one $30 PSN credit live right now to those in chat. And we're going to put another one up for grabs in the second chance giveaway. So, what that means is if you're watching this after the fact, make sure you're subscribed and then leave a comment down below that says $30 PSN credit, and you'll be entered in the second chance giveaway. 2 weeks from the day, we'll draw winners for those giveaways. So for those of you who are watching live right now, all you have to do is be the first to answer this question on my screen, and you will win a $30 PSN credit. And for those of you in the EU, you can win too. It'll just be the equivalent of 30 US dollars on in euros or in pounds on the UK store. So we're all eligible here, and that goes for the second chance drawing as well. These aren't codes that we already have. These are codes we're going to go purchase. So if you win, we're going to go out and buy a code for you. So with that said, first to answer this question wins the code. The question is this. So we have 5 nominees here. All the one thing that they all have in common that these are PSVR2 exclusive titles. The reason that you should own PSVR2 for the exclusives. The first person that can name a PSVR 1 exclusive title will win the PSN credit, $30 or EU equivalent. Go.
Any exclusive? Any
It's
exclusive for
quite.
PSVR 1?
There's a lot.
Any exclusive.
We've-
Any exclusive.
We mentioned many of them today.
Typing like crazy right now. Everybody's typing. It's going to be 400 answers in the chat.
Yep.
Right.
Good.
400 answers just went through my head. I was like, I want to.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
No, again, the reason why we do these questions, it isn't about the challenge of answering the
Okay.
question. It's about not dropping codes in chat, basically.
Cool.
It's a way for people to claim codes without typing quickly, or I guess typing codes quickly, or having bots grab them and that sort of thing. So that's why we do it. We ask the easiest questions a lot of the time. Anyway, Bryan,
Yes, sir.
awesome as always, man. Thank you for doing this again. Thank you for staying up so late. Sorry it took so much longer than we expected it to, and sorry
This
it
is
took so
great.
long for us to even get started with it. But it was fun. I think you'll agree.
It's the least I can do, Wes. You volunteer 1 to 3 hours to me every single week.
Yeah, 1 to
so-
3. Yeah.
So we've so it's absolutely the least I could do, and if there's ever any time that you ever need me back here, I love you guys. I wish we kept in touch more, but you know how life is. It's always a pleasure to come hang out and talk VR with you guys, especially when there's actually something PSVR2 related to talk about, or PSVR, as there really wasn't the last time we did this. So thank you for having me.
Well, as I love it as always, and I have a blast with you every Wednesday. Oh, well, not every Wednesday, but most Wednesdays
Most Wednesdays.
lately. But no, this was a special year for us as a community, and I'm glad that we can finally put a stamp on it and move forward, because I think as good as 2023 was, that there's a lot of potential for 2024 to be even much better than even that was. So glad that we could commemorate it once again here with you, and hopefully we'll be back here in 11 months to do it all again.
Excellent. Can we all do
Yeah,
a
and
simultaneous
thanks
meow
for
and
giving
swipe?
future Eric and Wes and Roots a 3-hour break during this show. I can't
Yeah,
wait.
right.
I can't wait for when we actually do this, and I can go. "Oh, I'm gonna go and have something to eat."
Do you guys actually feel
Yeah.
like to actually do you get a nap in? Do you just close your eyes for an hour?
Wes
Yeah,
does
Wes
sometimes,
is
but-
actually Wes is actually napped right through the break, and me and Roots came back
Yeah.
and Wes.
Wes can nap anywhere. He's napped on a live show before.
Yeah, I did that
I
once.
think that's a rumor, isn't it, or no?
No,
Unsubstantiated
I
rumor.
did. Yeah, right.
There's
Right.
no way to tell. There's no way to find out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can I get a
But,
meow from all you guys? Like a kind of little game cat love.
Absolutely.
Thanks, guys.
Anyway, thank you, Bryan, Eric, and Roots. I guess it's time for us to throw back to the future versions of ourselves, assholes as they may
Jerks.
be. But they can go fuck themselves, and back to you.
Wow, that was good. Let me I gotta unmute you guys. That's such a thing. But yeah, that was good.
Yeah, good segment. Good interview. I mean, Bryan Paul, how awesome is that guy?
But you're breaking up again for some reason.
I was just talking about how awesome Bryan is. I mean, what a great segment. What a good time that was. And thank you, Bryan, for donating your time and to come out and hang out and talk about PSVR one more time with us. Very much appreciated. So that's it. We're back here right now. We're all back. Everyone's still awake. It's going to be daylight soon, and we are still going. But we're almost there. Just a few more games to give away, a few more awards to win. But first, I want to say something. I'm going to go ahead and dedicate the episode right now. Something I meant to do at the front, but it slipped my mind. But as I was watching this segment with Bryan Paul talking about all of the amazing things that happened over the past year with PlayStation VR2, it made me remember and think about our good friend Dark Angel that we lost this past year. So I just wanted to, without being too much of a downer, just say that we love you, Dark Angel. We're still in our thoughts and prayers, and really wish that she could have been around with us this year to experience all this amazing stuff, because she was just as excited for PSVR2 as any of us were. So shout out to her brother Christopher and her family, and in our hearts and minds, even still.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Nice thought.
yeah. I meant to say it at the top of the show, but I'm a little sleep deprived, guys. Like it's not all working.
Yeah.
I'm not all working all that well right now, but that's okay because I have it all on paper. It doesn't have to work well. So that was PSVR Game of the Year. We're going to move on to Quest Game of the Year, but first, let's do a giveaway. So what we're going to do here, we're going to change up the order a bit. Instead of doing Quest Game of the Year and then giving away Quest Game, Steam Game of the Year, and then giving away, we're going to do the opposite. We're going to give away Quest Game first, then we're going to do Quest Game of the Year, then we're going to give away a Steam Game, then we're going to go PCVR Game of the Year, and then we've got even more giveaways and on both sides of the overall Game of the Year award. By the way, congrats to Looper, who jumped in there with swiftness to answer the question and get the $30 PSN card. So congrats on that. Another one up for grabs in the second chance giveaway. Just make sure you're subscribed and leave a comment to enter the drawing.
That's the one to win, right? $30. You get to choose.
Yeah.
And
That's right.
On the best platform. So
yeah, and if you catch a sale, you'll be able to catch like Gran Turismo or Village or whatever you want to play. You'll be able to catch it on sale and get it for $30. You should. Anyway.
Yeah.
At any rate, you should be able to pick up No Man's Sky, which is always on sale for $30. It seems like. Anyway, let's give away a Quest game. Let's give away a fucking awesome Quest game. What do you say? Let's give away some keys for Genotype, courtesy of our friends at Bulwark Games. We got a lot of Genotype keys, guys. We're going to do 4 in the chat right now. We're going to do 4 more in the second chance giveaway next 2 weeks from today. And here we go. Easy question. First 4 people in the chat to answer this question will win a copy of Genotype on Meta Quest. The question is, Genotype is developed by Bulwark Games. What other VR games did Bulwark Games release before Genotype?
it's like in school when you were like supposed to watch a video and then they like and remember something that you watched. I don't remember. I remember you saying what it was. Like it's like in my head. God.
People are going to see it and go, "Oh, what? Really? They did that?"
I
Yeah, they
can't
did
win
that.
anyway. So, what? Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what. You mentioned, I think, at least 1 or 2 games, right?
Yeah, there's 2 of them, very similar to one another, like a part 1 and a part 2 to a certain
Ooh.
series. Looper's giving a good hint. My mom loves it.
With the bat. Oh no, she just loves the bat. Never
She
mind.
definitely loves what.
Oh yeah, she does.
So we'll give people a minute to Google that
Everybody's
and figure it
Googling
out.
right now. Yeah.
Guys, what a show! What an epic show! I can't believe we pulled off another one of these. Like, I had my doubts so much that we were going to actually be able to get here and do it. And then even leading into the show today with our technical difficulties, I had more doubts that we were going to be able to get there. But somehow we've pulled it off.
Shout out to you guys, man. You guys do all the work. Like literally, I mean, I don't do anything. Yeah, I tell everybody up front, I don't do anything for this show. I mean, I do. I'm here for them, and I do the best I can to play every game. But I mean, Wes worked for months doing this, and then you've been up for I don't even know. I don't even want to know how long you've been up for. And then Roots like jammed. I don't know how you got all those scenes together today. There's so much work that has to go into it from you guys, and I just kind of jump in and say shit here and there.
Yeah, but what you add is like that's what's so great about what we do is like everybody's doing different things. You may not for this show, but you're out there talking to developers and getting keys, and both you and Wes, like you guys do so many things behind the scenes. And I feel like I just slide in when it comes to those kind of things, right? So I guess Wes is the only one not sliding in. So, you know who loves it when you slide in?
My mom.
Yeah, she
Yeah,
does.
she does.
But yeah, no, that's just we're a great team, man. I appreciate you guys.
There we go. There we
Yeah, for
go.
sure.
That's what I was looking for.
Dick Wild. Dick Wild is amazing, actually.
Yeah.
Dick Wild
Dick
2.
Wild 1 and 2. That's right. So we've got Zippies, which a couple of people said Glyph. I don't think that that's right. That wasn't what I was looking for. I'll check it just to make sure.
Glyph?
But
I've never heard of that.
Mhm. You know,
yeah, I'm not.
like I said, I love Dick
think-
Wild. You know who loves Wild Dick?
My
Oh no, actually, that's
mom.
probably going a little bit too. This is a family show, Roots. What are you doing? Come on.
Kitty Apocalypse?
Come
Did they
on,
do
man.
Kitty Apocalypse?
Didn't they? Oh, that's such a good game.
Kitty Apocalypse?
I think they might have done Kitty Apocalypse now that I think about it.
Bulwark. Kitty Apocalypse.
Let's see here.
That
Who
one's
was it that
good.
used to love? Somebody used to love Kitty Apocalypse.
I think it was Void Citizen, I thought.
No. It was what's his face? I forget his name now, but he was a staple in our community for a long time, and that was back when we allowed like political and social talk on the Discord, and he felt like he was getting bullied by a couple of members of the Discord, and he left and never came back.
Bummer. I miss
Forget
him.
what his name was, but no, he was a active member. All right, so JS, Zippies, Warmark, procedural games. Now I need to look into this thing here.
Rogue TR says,
Glyph.
yeah, they did Glyph and Kitty. So then that would change it to Warmac and then Zippets, and that pushes somebody else off, right?
Yeah, that would. Well, there was 2 of them that got Glyph before anybody said Dick Wild.
Really? I never even heard of Glyph.
Me
Well, the procedural games and Warmark
Yeah,
were the guys that got it anyway. So like, it doesn't knock anybody
That's
out because
true.
they got both.
Nice.
So I don't even have to go look into it, thankfully.
well, and
Yeah,
the
that
good news
was-
is there's other games out there for the people that didn't win to try and win, right?
Well, we're not done. We are not done by any stretch of the imagination. We've still got some awesome keys to give out. But Zippies, JS, Warmark, and procedural games, those are the 4 that won Genotype in the chat. 4 more keys going up for grabs, though, in the second chance drawing. Be sure to make sure you're subscribed and leave a comment down below to enter.
Black Market Honey says you guys are still going. Amazing stuff. The reason I'm even bringing it up is I meant to say this earlier. Yesterday, because it's the next day. Black Market Honey came in and said it was their birthday the day before. So happy belated birthday. I meant to mention it, and then Spry Guy came up for his birthday, and he kind of stole your thunder. It's his fault. Spry's fault.
He's bad for that, right?
Stealing everybody's
It's always
birthday.
about him and his birthday every day.
Yeah, that guy. Anyway, MetaQuest Game of the Year. I want to sit here and say, Eric, that it was an amazing year for Quest. But you know what the truth of the matter is? It was about an amazing 4 months for Quest. But it was such an amazing 4 months for Quest that that we've got quite a list of nominees here. 8 nominees for MetaQuest Game of the Year. First of all, Vampire the Masquerade Justice. No bullshit, Eric. One of my favorite games that I played this year. It's just so good. Good on both platforms and coming soon to Steam as well.
Yeah, they did such a good job with this game. Like there was so much into it, and it's the stealth type of combat lends itself so well to this genre of vampire. And you just feel like a badass in this game, and they just did it really well. And the environments are super creepy. That nighttime, rooftop running around, like it was Italy or Austria or one of those countries. I don't remember now, but yeah, it just had a really cool feel to it, that European town feel to it, and man, this is a game that made you feel like a badass, made you feel like a full blown vampire doing your thing, man. It was so cool.
Yeah, an amazing title. Just going down the line here, Roots. I mean, I don't want to rehash too much, but Breachers, I mean, how many times have we said breachers today? That alone should tell you something about the game.
Yeah, really is one of a kind, even outside of Firewall. It's different in its own way, and very popular. Works amazingly on every platform, and they all work. It's crossplay, right? So, and their servers work.
Yep.
It's just amazing.
Absolutely. Eric, the one of two repeat winners during the 2023 show, the Light Brigade. Great on every platform, including MetaQuest.
Like, did you say this before? Did the Light Brigade win as like the most mentioned game that we've had for the things? I mean,
8
it seems like
times.
seems like it's been in every category.
Or is
That's
there
how good of
8
a game it is.
categories that they're in, right? But like they were in others that you dropped them, I think, right?
Yeah. There was a ton. Light Brigade, Breachers was in a lot. Dungeons of Eternity was in a few. I mean, we had a few heavily nominated games. Gran Turismo 7 got a lot of nominations too. But certainly the Light Brigade, I think, was the one that ended up getting the most nominations.
Yeah, definitely could have been the game of the year here. I mean, it was like this was one of the ones that people were talking about the most in the discussions for game of the year for Quest when we were doing our deliberations.
Yeah, if it had come out like a year like last year, certainly would have won at least one of the platforms. Speaking of Dungeons of Eternity, Roots, Dungeons of Eternity. Again, you hear us say Breachers, and then not long after that, you hear us say Dungeons of Eternity, and that is not
Dungeons
of Eternity.
That's supposed to be.
But that's okay. Don't worry about it. We're going to move on quickly anyway as we move on to Stride Fates. And Eric, I think this should tell our viewership a little bit about how good we think Stride Fates is, that it was a nominee for MetaQuest Game of the Year.
Yep, absolutely. It's absolutely the fulfillment of the game that they promised. If you haven't tried it yet, or if you're like, I don't know, I didn't really like Stride, maybe I won't like Stride Fates, I think you should definitely give it a shot. It's a different game, and it was deserving to be on the list.
Roots, Hubris on MetaQuest. Absolutely beautiful. And then if you check it out on Quest 3, it's just stupid what these guys are able to do. Optimizing for all this different hardware. It's pretty incredible.
Right. And it's open. It's opposite of what we said about Red Matter too, right? Like it some of the scenes that they have that they make look amazing. It's like, how do they do it, right?
Yeah, absolutely. An incredible title. Eric, I'm pretty sure Genotype either ended up with the second most votes or the third most votes for MetaQuest Game of the Year. Quite a testament to the quality of this title.
I remember playing it, like me and you were in Roots, were all playing it, and almost immediately we were like, man, this could be Game of the Year. Like when we were in the middle of playing, because we were blown away of like how good it was, because it was kind of a surprise to us, and we were talking about it then in the middle of playing it, like this literally could be the Game of the Year, and it made the list, and it was debated. It was definitely debated.
It was my game of the year for sure.
Yep.
I really did and do enjoy this game. I can't wait to play it on PC.
Yeah, it's going to be great. And likely would have been the game of the year if it weren't for a little game that goes by the name of Assassin's Creed Nexus. Roots, I love indie games as much as the next guy, but there is no substitute for a real AAA game from a AAA developer. And that is what Assassin's Creed Nexus represents. The first real AAA game on the MetaQuest platform in years, and it did not disappoint.
Yeah, that's amazing. My reason why I just like Genotype's gameplay type and loop better than this, but not a big fan of stealth type of games. But yeah, you're right. It's the best AAA game that's ever been on the platform, and it's amazing.
Yeah. Could you imagine, Eric, if we let the December game stand, trying to
God.
pick between this and Asgard's Wrath 2, it would have been tough, right?
Yeah, and then Arizona Sunshine 2 would have been included there
Oh
too.
God,
How
yeah.
would you? Thank God thank God we stopped. Yeah, I don't know how we would have done it, but yeah, it was. I would have literally. I mean, I remember this one was pretty contested. This category, and I really would have been okay with either way because I thought Genotype was amazing too. The only reason I think I ended up going with Assassin's Creed is just because I felt it felt AAA and I felt it deserved to be voted for Game of the Year. Even with some of the shortcomings it has. But man, I would have been okay if we ended up going with a different title here. I mean, how do you argue against any of these games?
I mean, with this one in particular, just the scale of it alone, like we don't get games like this in VR, let alone standalone VR. It's certainly not the traditional meaning of open world, but the levels are pretty open and big areas for you to explore, and so many NPCs in here, all going about their business, having conversations. I don't know how they pull it off. I mean, honestly, I don't know how they pulled this off um, on a mobile chipset. It's incredible. We can see why it took so long now for this game to come out, and it was certainly worth the wait.
It just shows you what, AAA developers, what they can do. If, you know what I mean? Clearly they wanted to make this game really good and they took the time to do it. And I think that's the difference too, is a lot of times, for whatever reason, I mean, if you're going to take the time to bring a AAA IP into VR or any platform, why not just spend the time and the money to make it good? I just don't get it.
Because we've seen
I
him
keep
go
hearing
wrong.
this.
We've seen him go. We've seen him go wrong. So what they did right was just great.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, usually it has gone wrong. I mean, it's probably 9 out of 10 times in VR since we've started. And so, yeah, when we see it do well, like I said, even though it's not my type of gameplay, that doesn't matter. It's a really good game. And so, yeah, it deserved to win this. Win this. I just wish they would have came out with a PC version as well. And, but I guess, it's good for the Quest platform to have it exclusive. So,
Well, a lot of faith in the PSVR community that this will eventually come to other platforms. Every time we start talking about this game, somebody pops up in the chat and says, "I think it's going to come to other platforms."
Mm-hmm.
So I hope so. It's certainly a possibility since Meta pulled their funding for it mid development, that we could eventually see this on other
yeah,
platforms.
why not?
The thing that I've heard. More than that, though, is that there's a sequel in the works, and that
Oh.
sequel will be a multi-plat. But we shall see.
Nice.
Anyway, an excellent game. Definitely deserves to win Game of the Year on the MetaQuest platform, and a real contender for overall Game of the Year coming off of the Quest platform, and that's pretty incredible in its own right. But with that said, we move on to PCVR Game of the Year. But before we do that, let's give away some Steam keys, guys. We've been giving away all these PSVR keys and all these Quest keys. We haven't given away a whole lot of Steam keys. We've had a few where people had the option to choose Steam if they wanted to, and maybe they will. Time will tell. But there is no option here as we give away Crossfire Sierra Squad on Steam. Once again, 4 to the chat, 4 to the second chance giveaways, courtesy of our friends at Smilegate Entertainment. So we got to get a little bit more creative with these questions. People are a little too quick on the trigger. Although I did make them work a little bit for the Dick Wild one, right? Like
Yeah,
they had to Google that one. So what should we do here with Crossfire Sierra Squad? All right. All right. Well, no need to over complicate it, right? So we're going to. All right. I got something. This should be interesting. So we're about to talk about the PCVR Game of the Year. The first 4 people in the chat that can preemptively name any nominee that's on my paper right now for PCVR Game of the Year will win a copy of Crossfire Sierra Squad on Steam.
Nice.
All you got to do is name one of the 7 top games that launched on PC this year. And it does not have to be exclusive, by the way. Some of these are multi-platform games as well. Hussein X coming through with the W. Oh, Hussein Double X. I'm sorry. That's frontal nudity and penetration, no anal. Double X.
Nice.
We know a little bit more now about you, Hussein.
He used to be just Hussein softcore porn.
Yes, that's right.
LSM, I think you already won, but thanks for trying. Anybody else want a copy of Crossfire Sierra Squad? We got one title floating around in the chat there.
I do. Actually, I already have it, but I still want
Shades. Na, 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 na. We'll give it a couple more minutes. Maybe everybody already has Crossfire, or maybe just not that many people are playing on Steam anymore. This is what I get. They asked me what platform I wanted keys on. I said, it don't matter, just whatever you got. I thought that they would split it, right? That they would give me some Steam and give me some PSVR. They sent me all Steam keys.
Yeah, right.
You should have said all PlayStation.
I feel like all of our giveaway was all PlayStation.
That's
this
true.
year, right?
It's been a very PlayStation, but it's, I mean, it's always been the opposite, for real. They've gotten like 1 or 2 out of all of them, right? Oh, sorry, this one's a Steam again. Oh, sorry, this one's for Quest only. So,
Rogue TR, there's still a game up for grabs. If you want a copy of Crossfire Sierra Squad, you've got about 30 seconds here to name any nominee for PCVR Game of the Year. That's on my paper. Name one of our finalists, and you can have a key for Crossfire Sierra Squad. If not, I'll put the extra keys up on the second chance giveaway.
yeah.
I mean, I guess we had a pretty good run of it. This is the first time we've had unclaimed keys all night, and we're, what are we, 13 plus hours into this thing now?
Holy
Right.
moly.
And I, it could be that some people just feel like maybe something else is coming.
You know what's awesome is that we did really well of keeping our promise of keeping this under 8 hours this year.
Oh, I know. That's what I said. My prediction was about 14 hours, and I think I was underneath a little bit, but I was pretty close.
Rogue TR coming through with the correct answer, Vertigo 2. So congratulations. I think the other 2 copies are going to go to the second chance giveaway, but congrats Hussein X, Rogue TR, you got yourselves an awesome game here.
Fluke Rogie says, I think it's just goes to show the state of PCVR, and I agree 100%. If it wasn't for the mods and playing, AAA flat games in VR, I for the most part, I wouldn't care about PCVR at all. I mean, there's certain games, obviously, like, Arizona Sunshine 2 comes out or something. I want to play it on with my, with my pancake lenses or something. But for the most part, it doesn't exist. PCVR is just not, it just sucks. It's kind of a bummer.
Corpus always says it feels like under 8 hours. Yeah, I mean, it's late, or early, I guess, at this point. But I agree. I think the pacing's been pretty good this year. Like the breaks have come at the right time, and I don't find it. I didn't find it difficult to do as difficult as I normally find it. So yeah, I think we had a good show. And guys, for what it is, I think we can establish now after 3 years in a row, landing between 13 and 14 hours, that if we want to do a full-fledged show and cut no corners and cut no fat, then it takes 13 to 14 hours to do it. It just does.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's talk about PCVR Game of the Year. See who the PC crowd we'll put forth for the ultimate honor at the end of the show. You know, I feel a little bit remiss here at the end of all this, as we're now talking about PCVR Game of the Year, and the first nominee happens to be The Walking Dead: Saints and Sinners Chapter 2 Retribution. And the reason I feel remiss is because I think this is probably, in terms of all around everything taken into consideration, it's probably the best VR game ever. It's probably just the best. Is it my favorite? It's probably my second or third favorite. But in terms of like a game that just has everything, a game that has story and great weapon mechanics and lets you go at your own pace and multiple ways to the end and multiple. I mean, it's just it's perfect. It's perfect. They can't really improve on it a whole lot. But here we sat at the end of 13 hours, and Walking Dead: Saints and Sinners Chapter 2 Retribution has walked away with zero awards this year, and I feel like that's a massive failure on our part. We should not have let this happen.
I blame
Yeah,
Eric.
I mean, I think it goes a little bit to the release though too. Like, I think if it, if it was, if it was received better early on, I think it would have held better. But I think you're right too. It came out early in the year, and as other things kind of break later, and then you kind of lose track of it. But yeah, I mean, I think they definitely hurt themselves a little bit, especially on certain platforms where it was kind of broken in the beginning.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing, right? Too, is that this is not a 2023 release. Technically, this is a 2022 game because it hit Quest late last year. But we decided to let it be eligible for these awards because it hit PC and PlayStation this year, and the Quest version kind of sucked. So, like when it came out and we had these awesome versions that hit this year, we felt like it should be recognized this year. So yeah, I think it's a little bit weird that it didn't win anything, but I think as we get down the line here and start naming off winners, I think we'll see why. Next, we have Hellsweeper VR. Issues with Hellsweeper on other platforms. Roots, no issues with Hellsweeper on PC. You can run it just fine.
It looks amazing too. It's just super smooth and looks good. Amazing.
Yeah. Eric, a little bit surprised with how underwhelming the reception for this game is. I thought that this would be a game that people continued to talk about heavily for the remainder of the year, and it seems like because it didn't launch in the best state on PlayStation, and Quest, the Quest version being watered down as it would need to be, this game really didn't get the credit that maybe it deserves. Because again, we mentioned a minute ago, maybe people, not that many people were just playing on Steam anymore. I mean, the game's flawless on Steam. It's beautiful. It runs well, and crossplay in case people are playing on other platforms.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing game, and maybe the only reason why it doesn't. I mean, we talked about it a lot tonight. I think like we probably talked about this game more than anybody else has, in our industry. And we talked about it a lot tonight. It was on a lot of the different lists, and maybe the only reason it doesn't like get the full-fledged, recognition is it's not an easily approachable game. You know what I mean? So you have to put some time into it. Yeah. And I think what happens too is like a lot of people in what we do in our industry, they don't have the time usually to put the time into it. So unfortunately, maybe their reviews are not as complete as they should be. So that, when it comes out, it doesn't get kind of like the full recognition it should. And then a lot of people kind of base their decision making off of that as well. So, which is unfortunate because there's a lot of depth here.
Yeah. Another game that didn't win anything. Like Hellsweeper walked away with 0 awards this year. Can't say the same for the Light Brigade though. what can we say about the Light Brigade that we haven't said already? Just an amazing game, nominated for Game of the Year on every platform. One of two games that actually won more than one award during our show this year, and just a gem of a game that everyone should play. And here we go again, Roots. Let's show Breachers one more time, just because people love it so much, and it's pretty much thought of as a Quest title. But the fact of the matter is, Eric, whenever I play Breachers, I play it on Steam. And I think that those of us who have nice gaming computers, that's typically the way that we go, right?
Yeah, and it's awesome there. It's like, it looks great, plays great, super smooth. I mean, I that's exactly the way you just said is the way I played it too. I've played it a little bit on Quest, but I haven't even touched it on PlayStation yet, to be honest. And I love it. I love it on and with now with the
We need to
Haptics
get
vest
into
on
it.
Steam.
We need to get into it for multiple reasons. One of them is that Haptics vest, along with the the haptics that's already built into the controllers and headset. That should be pretty cool. The other thing is we gotta check out these gun stocks. I need to
that's
send
right.
you yours.
Oh, I know.
need-
I know. I have one too. I have your Pro Tube or your Force
I've got
Tube.
it boxed up. I've got it boxed up, ready to send. I don't have your address, like your new address, but it's already boxed up. I just got to drop it in the mail.
Mhm.
So
Should do that this
you're gonna
week
need
and
to
get that
remind
done.
me to do that. Yeah, we need to
Yep.
get that done because they sent these things to us like 3 or 4 months
I
ago,
know we gotta do
and
something
I
with
haven't
them.
even used it yet.
Yeah.
So we need to put a little shine on ProTube.
Yeah.
Undead Citadel. If we're going to talk about PCVR Game of the Year, we got to talk about Undead Citadel. Well, actually, as of today, the only exclusive PC exclusive on the entire list, as everything else has now gone on to either launch on Quest or PSVR2. You got to respect that, right? You got to respect the fact that there are still some developers out there that are making games for PC first. And you can tell it when you get in there and look at it. You can tell the difference of a game that's developed for PC versus a game that's developed for standalone or even console. So yeah, kudos to them, and definitely a deserving nominee. And then what about the Seventh Guest VR? We've said a lot about this game today as well. Was this the other one that won multiple? Like it was nominated for a lot.
Yep, it did win multiple.
Yeah, a great game. I think it's underappreciated. I think as good as people say it is, I think that the community as a whole is sleeping on this game, and they don't understand the level of polish that this thing has going on. It feels like a AAA game when you end up in there playing it, as it should. But that brings us to the winner, and I guess everyone already knows what the PCVR Game of the Year is. It's the one that everyone guessed when we asked the last question. Vertigo 2. Eric, an adventure game unlike any we've ever seen in VR. Just off the wall creativity from the mind of Zach Cialis Brown. And for all that's been said about the PSVR version having this kind of frame rate issue or that kind of bug, none of that on PC, not anymore. It had a couple of bugs for about 2 days, and then ever since then, this game has run flawlessly and is just a journey, to say the least, in VR, and kind of the runaway winner, I feel like, for PCVR Game of the Year this year.
Yeah, and how many times do we say like overhyped games don't ever live up to them, or it just doesn't happen, or if a game is too overhyped, there's no way it can live up to it. This game has been hyped for years coming off of Vertigo, and they absolutely lived up to every piece of the hype out of one kid who did this thing, and it's absolutely everything that we asked for, that we were looking for, that we were hyped for, and it lived up to every piece of it: story, graphics, gameplay, depth. It has the soundtrack has everything here that we asked for. How could this not be game of the year? Like, really?
And now with this win, Vertigo 2 becomes the third game to win multiple categories on this year's 2023 show. Roots, there was never any doubt after we played this, right? Like we said, who knows what's coming on later in the year, but we always knew at the end of the year that Vertigo 2 was going to be the PCVR game of the year.
Yeah, just for so many reasons, right? Because it is from pretty much one person, like you said, with help from a few people here or there, I'm assuming, and over several years, and it's AAA level, and it's like in every way. It's just such an amazing story and adventure and shooter. I mean, if we would have let it, if our awards were like everybody else's, it could run away with everything almost, like it's
Yeah.
that good. But I mean, there's other games that would step in and say, I'm Resident Evil or I'm GT7, but for as far as the game of the year, but I think a lot of categories, I think this would do it.
But that's funny when we talk about competition for this game in terms of overall game of the year. We're talking about Gran Turismo. We're talking about Resident Evil. We're talking about Assassin's Creed. All AAA games from AAA studios. But then we have Vertigo 2, which is from a guy.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? How crazy is that? What an accomplishment. He should be very proud, as I'm sure that he is. And if you're watching this at some point, Zach, congratulations on finally having the culmination of your last 7 years of work come out and be received the way that it has been. I'm sure it's been very rewarding for you, and I'm happy for it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. And I'll say,
Congratulations.
I know you call him Zach and Mash calls him a kid, and I'll say Mr. Zach.
Mr. Zach.
Mr. Zach. Yeah.
I'll say Mr. Zach.
I heard
He's
a rumor
earned the
about him.
respect.
I heard a rumor about him,
Oh yeah,
I heard he's a Lego maniac.
really?
Nice. I like that.
But, yeah, songs have been written about it. Anyway, we move on to the overall VR game of the year. But before we do that, I want to give away a couple more PSVR keys, if you don't mind. PSVR2 keys. Why don't we give away Vertigo 2? We just talked about it. It just won PCVR Game of the Year. I don't have any PC keys for it, sorry. But thanks to our friends at Perp Games, we do have a couple of PSVR 2 games. And this region codes will be winner's choice on this one. So we're going to give away 2 in the chat right now. 1 second chance key next week or 2 weeks from today. And I think they'll just let you choose whether you want North America or Europe. So all of the game cats in the chat right now that don't have Vertigo 2 yet, now is your moment. All you have to do is be the first on my screen to answer the following question, and you will win a copy of Vertigo 2 on PlayStation VR 2. And it's as simple as this. This game was developed by Zalubo Productions, but was ported and published on PlayStation VR by another studio. Name that studio, and you will win a copy of Vertigo 2 on PlayStation VR 2.
If people listen to what you say, you
Yep.
pepper it in there. It's like you just gave it to them. Somebody knows this.
Indeed, I did. Just came out of my mouth within the last 2 minutes, in fact. Boom, rubber fingers coming through with the correct answer. Congratulations.
Nice.
Yep.
And Neck Minute winning the other copy. Rubber fingers, Neck Minutes.
And if you didn't win those two, there's one more, right? You said for
That's
the
right.
second chance giveaway.
That's right. If you didn't win, you can still win. Just make sure that you're subscribed. Make sure that in your comment down below, you say Vertigo 2. And again, for all of these second chance giveaways, everything that we've given away to the chat, we're giving away in the second chance giveaways this year. In years past, it's been some of them, it's been most of them. This year, it's all of them. So you can leave one comment that just lists all the games that you want to enter for. You don't have to leave separate comments for them. So just make sure that you go back as you're watching this. Go back and edit your comment. Add games. Add games as you go, as you watch through it. And yeah, 2 weeks from today, on the Virtual Strangers show, we will give away a shit ton more keys. It'll probably be an hour-long segment just naming winners for all these giveaways.
That's my favorite part of the giveaway thing is after we get all the responses back and some of people's comments. Like,
Yeah.
it's like, what game? We're not even giving that game away. There's some weird stuff that comes up, and it's cool.
The room
I like.
will be in there.
Yeah, the room will be
Yeah.
in there, I'm sure, for sure.
People will 100% be entering for Resident Evil Village and Gran Turismo and all the stuff that we're not giving away. And you'll see them miss things like the PSN code that we're giving away, and the flat games that we gave away at the top for the modding. Yeah, you can tell who from the comments who actually watches and who's just trying to win some games.
Oh, those mod games were amazing. Both of those are amazing games. So,
Yeah. I was glad I was able to do that too, because I found them on. I got both of them for a great price. So,
did you
thank
get
to
yours too?
No, I haven't bought it yet, but I probably should, right?
Yeah, because both of those games are both amazing games to play with other people, and I think we should do them all together, all three of us.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Well, I've got extras. That's the thing that I don't ever tell anyone, is that most of these games that I'm giving away keys of, I've got extras, because shit happens every year. Shit happens where I'll give somebody the wrong key and they'll claim it, and then that key should have belonged to somebody else, and then I have to try to find another one to give to them. So to alleviate that, I don't give away all the keys. Like everything that I gave away 8 of tonight, like 4 in chat and 4 second chance, I've got 2 more of all of those. So, and then the same thing goes for the flat games. I gave away, I don't remember how many, but I've got 1 of each earmarked in case something goes wrong. So I've got some extra ones, but we'll see how it goes. I typically end up giving them all away eventually anyway. But it's nice to have a little buffer there to fall back on when some of the keys don't work or I make a mistake.
Right. And sometimes that happens, the key doesn't work. And then that way, instead of having to reach out to the dev, you just get, you can still reach out, but you can immediately give that key to somebody else, right? So
Right. The only ones that we don't have extras for are the ones where the developer says find out the platform, find out the region, and let us know. For those, I just went ahead and gave them all away because I didn't, I have to have a winner to go back to the dev and say, give me X platform or X region. So,
right.
Anyway, that brings us to the culmination of it all. VR Game of the Year, all platforms.
And congratulations, we've made it full circle. My wife and daughter just woke up to go to school. Just in time.
We did it.
Just in time for Game of the Year.
Yeah.
Listen to it. It feels like it was
and I guess while we're at it, we'll go ahead and shout out Sean too. What's up, Sean? You still awake? Go to bed, man.
Yeah, go to bed.
Anyway, Corporate Zombie bringing the tip train back. Choo choo Game of the Year tip train to £2. Thank you, Corporate Zombie, for the donation. It's donations like this that paid for those PSN gift cards and paid for those copies of Hot Wheels and Aliens Fireteam Elite, all done with donations from our patrons and the people who tip during the episodes. So thank you so much for that. Going to lose the fucking caboose. Roots. That's right.
Yeah.
Morning, Brandon. How many? I bet there's been a dozen people, at least, that went to bed during this episode and woke back up to say, "Okay, now I'm back."
For sure.
Oh, I did. I
Yeah.
took a couple like 30
did you?
minutes.
I was
Yeah.
so afraid I would fall asleep and not wake up, so I was like, I couldn't do it.
Oh. Oh, I got scared the one time it did go down. The time that your internet crashed, I was like, "Oh shit! Oh no!
Mhm.
Oh no!" Shades of Gray Matter, $5. Is that Canadian or Californian money? I'm just joking.
Not yet. Not yet.
Yet.
It's coming.
Yet. Thanks for the epic stream, guys. Amazing job with the show this year. Thank you, Shades. Thank you for the donation and thank you for the kind words. Procedural games. Yes. Yes. Procedural games gets my reference. We have another William Montgomery fan in the chat. I thought it was just my wife and I that actually get that. That's not my joke. The impression of the gambling train conductor. That's a joke I saw on Kill Tony. So good call, procedural games. I love it when one person gets my joke. I do so many of these, and they always fly over people's head, and there's always one person that gets it. And I didn't think one person even got that one, but there it is. Good call, procedural games. All right, let's talk about the VR Game of the Year, all platforms. You guys know what the nominees are. They're the winners from the other platforms, although I did also put in here Gran Turismo 7 because that's how close it was. Like the voting for Game of the Year on PlayStation and the general overall, it was neck and neck. It went back and forth. Gran Turismo, then Resident Evil, and so yeah, I felt it was only right that we got to talk about that here. Gran Turismo 7, definitely one of the top games in VR this year, and definitely a nominee for VR Game of the Year.
Yeah, it was interesting to see that it was Bryan's Game of the Year. Like, I really thought he would go with Resident Evil 8.
I did too.
Yeah.
He surprised you sometimes. You know, one time we did a top 40 or top 50, like PSVR1, and everybody's like trying to figure out, what's going to be 1 and 2. Like, will Bryan put Saints and Sinners 1 and Resident Evil 7 at 2? Or will it be Resident Evil 7 1 and Saints and Sinners at 2? And then he came out and put like Dreams.
Wow.
He put Dreams at like number 1 or number 2. And I just wasn't having it. I was
just wanted to fuck with
people.
hold
on. So yeah, he'll surprise you sometimes like that and pick outside the box. Even though you know that the Resident Evil game is his favorite and always will be his favorite. Anyways, so what is the VR Game of the Year? We have Gran Turismo 7. We have Assassin's Creed Nexus for Quest. We have Vertigo 2 for PC. But without question, guys, the best game that we played this year, all platforms considered, and was, it was close, but it was settled by the end of it. Resident Evil Village, just so immersive, right? Like such an immersive world, such a gritty world. And I think what Bryan said, Roots, absolutely plays a big role in that. The boss fights in this game are no joke. And, with so many other AAA studios trying to hold people's hands and make sure that casuals can play the games comfortably, Resident Evil doesn't do that. Resident Evil 8 will grab you by the neck and throw you through multiple stories of bricks and kick your ass. And I love it for that.
Yeah, it's what Eric was saying earlier. What's so good about it is the action, right? It's just it complements the horror, and it was just an overall amazing package. You know, like everything about it. Was the game that my favorite game in VR, built from the ground up. I mean, obviously, my favorite games have been modded games over that, but I mean, I don't, maybe this might even be right up there or even better. Like it was just an amazing game to completely get to the end, and I still need to finish it. Like I'm on that last area, and maybe it's time.
Yeah.
Tom Flesh Shooting Gaming says Here They Lie is better. Highlight note says waiting for Here They Lie to come to PSVR2. It is, but it's different. Like when I think about my favorite games, truth be told, I don't think there's another one I enjoy as much as I enjoy Here They Lie. That's probably true. But it's a different thing. Like I don't look at it like I look at other games because it's not like the other games. It is. I don't play it because it's fun. I experience it because it's art, and that's why I like that so much. So I kind of hold that in a whole different category of thing. Like I don't think about it like I think about Rush of Blood or Resident Evil or Vertigo 2 or any of these games. I just think of that as being a completely different thing entirely. Shades of Grey Matter agrees. Here They Lie is the GOAT. It is. It's so good. But we'll talk more on that in October.
Speaking of the GOAT, have you guys played Goat Simulator 3? I've never
3? No.
I've never played any of them. I don't know much about them, but somebody said that Goat Simulator 3 plays and is really amazing in UEVR. And I just, it was in the stream that somebody said that in the chat, and I thought, wow, I don't know much about it, but would that actually be cool, or is that a cool game, or no?
So what you do with Goat Simulator is you basically just control this crazy ass goat, and you end up collecting things and rolling them up in. And this is what Goat Simulator 2 was like. I don't know about 3 or whatever, or maybe it was 3. I don't know. But there are pentagram portals all over the map, and you just have to feed shit into those pentagram portals for whatever reason. This is something that my kids wanted to play when they were very young. I didn't know what it was. I just bought it for them. But then when I went in there and saw them feeding like pentagrams, I was like, maybe you're a little bit too young to be playing
You
this.
want to do that when you're an adult, go for it. You know what I mean? But
no, it's just silly. I mean, it's like a very realistic looking goat and a realistic looking map. And this goat is just going fucking nuts. It's going wild. And it's just comical to watch. I haven't really played it. I only watched other people play it, watch my kids play it. But yeah, it's. I'm sure it would be amusing in VR.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy how many games are available now at our fingertips in VR.
Anyway, that's our show. But before we say goodbye, why don't we give away a couple keys? I mean, we haven't given away enough keys yet, right? We've got one more for the chat, one more for the second chance drawing, and another great game that we've put over pretty hard today, and that game is Vampire the Masquerade Justice, courtesy of our friends at Fast Travel Games. We have one PlayStation VR North America. We have one MetaQuest. First come, first serve on those, right? So if somebody wins the PSVR key here, we'll give away the Quest next time. If someone wins the Quest key here, we'll give away the PSVR2 code next time. And yeah, we're not going to overcomplicate this. The first person in the chat to name any Fast Travel game other than Vampire the Masquerade Justice will win a copy of Vampire the Masquerade Justice, either on PSVR North America or MetaQuest. Go.
He's sucking someone's blood. It's 420, Wes.
That. Highlight
It
note
is.
says,
It's-
I really
it's
want this one.
620.
Anyone can win. Yeah. Can anyone? No. People that already won cannot win. But you can win
Second
again.
chance. Yeah.
in the second chance. Goat Simulator 3 is not correct. Apex Construct, that would work if you didn't already win.
That name does not look familiar as far as winning a game.
Did AppJ win yet? I want to say AppJ won. I'll accept Mannequin. I absolutely will, even though it's not out yet. I'll accept that. It's an announced game. People are beta testing it right now. People are absolutely playing it. So I will accept that if AppJ hasn't already won.
Did the other person
pretty
win,
sure-
I guess?
Oh, highlight notes? Yeah, highlight notes won
Okay.
already.
Yeah.
You already won, AppJ. Just tell me and save me from having to look through all this stuff. There's highlight notes. Maybe not. Maybe AppJ didn't win. I don't see AppJ's name on here.
He said
I thought
he forfeited his former win. So
That's what it was. That's what it was. Okay. I'm not crazy. Thank you. All right. So AppJ wins Vampire the Masquerade Justice. So good move. What was it? Oh, he already had it was the Hot Wheels Unlimited or Unleashed.
yeah.
And already had that. So yeah, now you get a legit VR game. Vampire the Masquerade Justice. Congratulations. Anyway, that's our show, ladies and gentlemen. Some just shy of 14 hours. I think by the time we hit stop, it's going to be right at 14 hours.
Oh, right. My prediction, dude. That was like
once again.
There we go.
Yeah. So we've got about 90 minutes to rest, Eric, before we have to get to work.
I'm working right now. Like I have a meeting coming up in about an hour and a half. Yeah.
All right.
I need to prepare for. We got work to do.
So
It's going to be a busy day.
Yeah, it's going to be.
We got Crewcast today. Like my voice, my voice is shot. Like I'm really having a tough time keeping my voice going here. Like
I legitimately hope not. I hope that there's no Crewcast today.
I can't see them doing one if all three of us can't be there, and so we get to decide. I've got to work in a couple hours, and so I probably won't get much sleep. I don't know that I'll be ready to do a show at,
Yeah.
We're a glutton.
Yeah,
if everybody's like, "Oh, let's do it," we're gonna be like, "Okay, we'll do it." But yeah, it wouldn't be heartbroken if we weren't doing it today.
Anyway, the moral of the story is we need to get the fuck out of here and get what rest we can while we can, because what Eric said is true. I've got such a busy day, so many things I got to accomplish today. But one thing I do not have to accomplish anymore, and that is the 2023 show. That one is in the books.
Done.
I'd like to thank all of our friends who supported us and made this game possible. Supermassive Games, In Dreams, Skydance Interactive, Bulwark Games, Soul Assembly, Bolt Blaster Games, Monologic Games, Games by Stitch, Smilegate, WannaDev Studio, Vertical Robot, Perp Games, Fast Travel Games, Beyond Frames Entertainment, Titan One Studios, Cyborn, Funktronic Labs, all of our patrons, all of our awesome community, and of course, viewers like you, the vast majority of which have stuck around here the entire fucking time.
Crazy.
You guys are the real stars. You guys are the reason why we do this. And I'll do just like I do every other year, and I'll sit right here and say, we're never going to do this again. And I'll see you next year, right? Like a year's a long time for us to recover. Maybe we'll come to our senses sometime between now and then. But with that said, friends, we've got some
cabooses.
We've got some more cabooses. Corporate Zombie, $2. Such a great show. Thanks, guys. Thank you, Corporate Zombie. Man, Bear, Pig, Game, Cat. $2 US. Awesome, guys. Have a blessed day. Good night, guys. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, everyone, for showing up. We love you all. And with that said, friends, we would like to thank you all once again for watching. For Eric and Roots and Brian Paul and Gamertag VR and Frank, the Frank, we'd like to thank you all once again for watching. Have a good night. We will see you soon. Bye.
Take it easy.
See you later.